Okay, let's see if we're working. I just updated OBS and it's got a crazy new HUD. Everything's got all these rounded rectangles, bigger text. It's all pretty looking now. Good job, OBS team. Alright, let's find our... Hopefully I got the right files installed today. Doing a lot of patchwork. Oh, and I see that there's some funky going on my stream setup here. Let's do... No, we don't want display capture. We'll do... No, we do want display capture. We just want a different monitor. Let's see. Properties. Primary monitor? There we go. Much better. That looks pretty. Hello, Jason. How are you? Slangel, hello. Hope you guys are ready for some riveting early gameplay today. We are going to scrap every powered item in Sanctuary while we wait for 9 o'clock. I'm determined to fix my power today. I decided that earlier today. I was like, that's what we're going to do tonight. It's just while in the pregame part. I won't keep going after 9 unless we're close. Let's see, 2B, 52A. There we go. All right, time to get scrapping. Oh, you know what else I should do? We're going to emergency close the game. We're going to install Workshop Plus too. Because Workshop Plus has a hotkey for cloning things. And that will let us instantly clone the power poles. So they'll be right where they were. That'll make it a little quicker. Scrap day, hooray! And this will be good to find some bugs in Workshop Plus. I was just talking, I think it was last stream, I was talking about how Workshop Plus is kind of fallen behind all of my other mods in support. So probably a good idea to get this thing loaded up again. See if we can find some bugs to fix. I actually have I think I'm going to have a little micro patch for Conqueror for the few of you still playing that. I found while I was doing some research in the Conqueror ESP to migrate some stuff to Chapter 3 this week, I found that there was a very obvious dumb bug in Conqueror that I could fix. I don't actually know what the implications will be. Like, I don't know what the bug does. I just saw there were some fields that weren't set up correctly. So those of you who are playing Conqueror, couldn't tell you what exactly I'd be fixing, but I could do it. 52A, there we go. All right, so now we'll pop in here. Let's see if flight mode kicks in. Nope, super speed kicked in though. Yeah, everybody complains about this. Flight is like it's like a 50-50 shot or if it'll actually kick in. That's okay. Okay, so now let's set up our hotkey here. Nope, mod config, not settings. Yeah, so it's been ages since anyone even post. Like, people periodically post on the Conqueror help section, and the other, I don't know, a month ago, I put up a notice saying, like, my apologies, I don't have time to monitor all the forums, so please DM me if you find a specific issue with reproduction steps, and I'll fix it. But nobody has taken me up on that so far. Hotkeys. We want clone. We'll make that C. Wait, why didn't that save? Bind anyway. There it goes. Okay, so now in theory, I can pick this up. Also, we will turn off some snap action. All right, let's cancel that. All right, we'll pick this up, hit C. It leaves it there, and then we delete that. So now we need a way to remember which ones we've done. I guess we'll go like in a kind of a circle pattern. I guess we won't build any wires. That'll be how we know where we've hit so far. So this should work pretty good. I turned off all the snaps, so when I pick it up, it doesn't move. Clone it. There we go. I'm liking this plan. All right. Pick it up. C. Scrap. Okay. This is feeling good. The only problem is going to be if any of the plots are part of the problem, which would be a bummer. Okay. I got a nice, easy workflow. I like this plan. If anybody wants to do this as well in your settlements, use place everywhere to turn off the surface snap, which is, I think was it F2, turn it off. Set up a hotkey on your Workshop Plus for clone. Hit that after you pick up an item, and then scrap. And then what I'm hoping is after I'm done replacing all these power poles, I can then use the Workshop Framework auto wire. And then we'll have a functioning setup. That's my theory today. Let's see if this works. Because this won't be too bad. In fact, this is like so not bad. I could automate this. I could really automate this. I could set it up to be... Oh man, now I want to go script. All right, we're not going to do that right now. Like anytime we get to a point where we're doing something that's completely repetitive like this, then it's automatically my head goes to, well, we could just make a script do this. Like we could absolutely make a script, clone all power poles, delete all wire. Oh, that's the problem though. It's the wires. We can't delete them, so we have to do it this way. We could set it up so we just had to manually scrap the wires, but because right now the manually scrapping wires crashes this particular save, which is such a bummer. Were you? I think I replaced you already. All right. Just gonna assume if you don't have a wire, you have not, or if you, I guess I can't even assume that though, because when I get down to the last ones, that theory is not gonna work. All right, so this isn't gonna be totally foolproof. So I definitely need to pay a little bit of attention, just because the very last thing in each row is not going to be easy to identify. Because it won't have... Oh man, even rewiring this... Yeah, okay, we're automatically rewiring. I'm forgetting things as I'm saying them. I'm developing this plan on the fly, if you haven't gathered. Okay, you guys are like legitimately... No, yeah, see, these guys are screwed up too, so... Recreate all of you guys. Hey, Carbuck. Hey, not crazy. Let's see. I was thinking today, do you feel that Bethesda is using the same old engine for Starfield? Give you any reservations on how well the game will run? No, I think they will have made enough improvements. Like, just looking at the visuals, they clearly had to overhaul some pretty significant portions. So yeah, I'm not super worried about it. I think they know what their big issues are. Like I know they from reading posts on the forums by the devs and like looking at the changes they made in 76, you can see they understand some of the big issues. Like one of the biggest issues Fallout has is draw calls, which is basically number of textures that can be rendered simultaneously. That's a big problem in their engine. I'm sure they've improved that. And then you know, my biggest complaint, you guys know, is the stupid power grid bug, and that is a unique to Fallout 4 thing. That's not an engine issue because they've never had power in their games before, and it's really just a dumb, like whoever was in charge of that code just failed to do cleanup code properly. So I don't anticipate that would make it into their next game, because from the look of the videos so far that we've seen, they're doing power totally differently. They're doing how I would do it in here, not because, again, I like the wiring just fine, but it's their other system of managing all of these, what we call the power grid. Managing all the data behind the power grid is obviously a pain for them. Alright, let's see, get you out of here. If you're just tuning in now, this is not going to be the whole stream. This is just what I've decided to do before 9 o'clock. Every time I come to Sanctuary, it makes me so angry that I've decided that I'm just going to solve it today. We're going to get rid of this problem once and for all. We're going to have a fully functioning power grid starting today. Unless it takes me more than the next 20 minutes, in which case I'll probably give up, and we'll see if I feel the need to do this again some other time. Okay, alright, so I think I determined in the last time one of the biggest culprits here was my actual wires, so let's scrap those for sure. I think this thing seems fine. Municipal grid pylon. I don't really want to replace that. These I think I replaced last time, but whatever. Do it again. There, alright. Okay, what was it that was wired? There was something wired right over here. Maybe it was just this? Okay. Wait, is this part of the plot? Did we bake that into the building design by mistake? Yeah, it looks like we did. Okay, looking pretty good over here. I think we just got a couple more this way. Can you guys hear me all right? I forgot to do sound checks today, which was kind of dumb because I moved a lot of my equipment around, and very likely I set something up incorrectly. Is the game sound okay? Too quiet? Am I too quiet? What's going on with that? This is going way faster than I expected. This is great. I'm so glad I thought to put Workshop Framework or Workshop Plus into active duty here. Wait, what about this room over here? Isn't there... I would have had to have put a connector around here somewhere, but I don't see it. Oh, well. Okay, then we got one more section over here, and then we're ready to do some auto wiring. Sound is great. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Okay, where else we got? Let's see. We got you. We got you. My resources are probably... Oh, my network is just going to tank so hard because I think Sanctuary was carrying the team a little bit. Alright, and I don't remember if I did this one, so we'll just do it again just in case. Alright, let's do one more loop. See if I missed anywhere. Anywhere with some wires. Alright, let's pop out and back in. We'll see if we can get... Oh! Oh yeah, I don't want that right now. No,
hey!
No, Teresa,
we
stop.
Just finished work on the network upgrade.
Teresa, another day.
You
oh
know,
god.
Connecting all the computers. This'll all make my work a lot easier, so...
Stop.
Just wanted to say thanks.
No, I'm not ready to talk to you. Break the conversation. Come on. This is so funny when you get the thing stuck like this. Okay, let's see here. Yep, I'm just stuck. Alright, well, we have a solution to that. We do player. Player. Dot move to player. Oh, okay, I gotta move somewhere else. Alright, COC. Sanctuary exterior 02. Are you kidding me? I'm still in this? What is going on here? Alright. Okay. Well, now I'm free to move. I'm stuck. Look at this funky aim. This is hilarious. Well, this is interesting. You guys have reported this. I've never experienced this. So let's make a save of this. Save. Stuck in HQ radio. Can't save right now. Uh-oh. Alright, let's do COC Diamond City exterior. Let's see what this says. I have to look into what I can do with HQ radio, music fan. I had some ideas on paper, but I haven't come up with a solution. So, like, there's no good, like, we don't have a good way to notify you that you have like, what we need is, like, a little HUD thing that's like an answering machine light, for those of you who are old enough to remember answering machines. Like, we need, like, a little blinking light on the HUD so that you know that there's somebody waiting for you to call them at HQ. Oh, man. I might have to do a reload here. Let's see. Actually, I know how to stop it. So we can go show quest variable. Actually, hold on. Let me get the source code up. You guys can see this command too, since it sounds like a lot of you guys are having this problem. Now I gotta remember, how do we do it? Let's see. HQ radio. It's not there. Is it in? Must be in the other file. Let's see. MQ map. Oh. I want open. Why is it doing this? Open. And there we go. MQ master. HQ radio. No, is it not called HQ radio? It's not that one. Let's do radio. Oh, two-way radio. That's what we called it. Okay, we need to do end two-way radio. There we go. So here is the console command. You can force that thing to stop. SS2 C2 MQ master end two-way radio false. There we go. So that is your command. So I will. It's not with the number of people I saw who are like, "Oh yeah, that's irritating." My rule is multiply any complaints by 10, and that's how many people are actually having the problem. So obviously I need to put that higher up on the priority list. I have this first time I've ever experienced it getting stuck like that. Like I've had to get to a point where I needed to hit the third person toggle to kill it, and then it would bring it back. But I've never had it get stuck to a point where there was nothing I could do. That's no good. That to me is like a that's a hotfix worthy patch. But since we're patching on Friday, I'm not gonna do that. But I will make this like I will make a triumphant effort tomorrow to try and get a solution for that so that we can have it for Friday. Because that is an unacceptable bug. Let's see here. And now I got to find my notes for what I'm doing tomorrow so that I can put that at the top of it. Where did my to-do list go? Just a moment, folks. I have seems to have missed. There it is, falling. Keep a list of lists handy while I'm streaming so I can make important notes. All right, so we need to fix HQ radio, or at least offer solution. Okay, put that on my list for tomorrow. All right, let's get back to our game plan of. All right, we need to set game hour to 11. Fixing Sanctuary's power grid. We were so close. Then we got derailed there. And I'm sure now Teresa's going to bop us again. But we got the console command ready to go now. So should be good. All right. And my point of getting out. And let's see. Is it going to. No, it's not going to try it again. I was trying to see if I can get flight mode to activate. Which I can't. So we're going to go ahead and put a hotkey for that. I have Workshop Plus enabled today, folks. If you are wondering why I'm moving at hyperspeed. Because it is the clone tool is incredibly handy for when you want to fix your power grid. There we go. Flight mode activated. Now we can scooch around here and see if we can find any wires we forgot to scrap. Looking pretty good. I was expecting there to be a connector on the roof here. I don't know where. I wonder if I buried one inside of the skeleton of that building or something. Okay, it looks like I got them all there. Nothing over here. Over here looks good. How about Main Street here? Oh yeah, there's that wire. Let's go ahead and scrap you. Okay, well it looks like that was the last wire. Alright, so now we're going to save again. Alright, we should expect Teresa here.
Hey, you hearing me?
Okay, we're going to just let this play now, because I did want...
We just finished
we were trying to
work on
get this to
network
play
upgrade.
last time during the regular
You know,
episode, and then it happened during the
connecting all the
post
computers.
part of the
This'll all make my
episode.
work a lot easier, so... Just wanted to say thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, well, you did a good job. Or you told others to do a good job. Whatever. Look, the point I want to make is... I'm glad our computers are better. We can all get a lot more work done now. Oh, and we've set you up a personal terminal in your quarters, too. So, make sure you check it out. And, if you could get a crew to fix up our generators, too, stabilize our power a little bit, that would be great. All right. See you later, Fancy Pants.
There we go. Okay, that played. So, Yagi, yes, mechanically, it adds the terminal, and we have plans to like seed the terminal with various messages between characters and to you, so it'll just be kind of like a flavor thing. But mechanically, as far as offering a benefit to HQ, no. Alright, so now we're going to save because we are going to do a automated power thing, and that's always risky. LP day 32. We'll call this pre-rewire. I guess I should have done. Well, I guess I have the end of session last round. I should have done that before we started the scrapping everything. But all right, here we go. Fingers crossed. Auto wiring settlement. Wire it up. Gathering items. All right, let's get up here and watch the magic unfold. Oh, outside of, what is it? F5 to turn that off? There we go. Yagi, it's extremely easy. You just spend 60 networking engine energy, and it's 3,000 caps and 1,000 copper, or whatever it costs. And you're done. It's so easy. It takes 24 hours. Yeah, yes, Shortwind. If you look at my totals on my screen, they are correct today. It has been, so we still don't know why they get out of sync, but the code for Friday's build, it's actually in the public beta that's up now. That's what I'm playing with, version 3 of the public beta, and it appears to be stable. Okay, we got wires appearing. We don't have green, or we don't have any red on our little power meter, so that's a good sign. Let's let this thing run its course before I get too excited, though, because my defense is still at 15, which is scary. We got wires everywhere. Beowulf, to south of the sea, Adams Storm work with Sims 2. South of the sea has some problems, unless there's been patched at some point, which, as far as I know, the creators left that mod and turned it into a kind of open source like 2 years ago. Unless somebody has resurrected it or somebody else is running it now, that mod has some serious pre-combined breakage issues. So, and it also has like some weird stuff, like it adds a new settlement, I think I want to say near Fort Hagen, maybe not Fort Hagen, somewhere in that side of the map, that starts enabled in the game. It's really, there's a lot of awkward things about that mod to where I quit using it, because I love the idea of it. Like on paper, it sounds great, and they clearly were doing some good level design, but a lot of technical issues with that mod. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of this wire. So the auto wiring does some funky things occasionally. It's not human smart, but for the most part, it's pretty decent. So there, that looks pretty good. We've got power meters full and everything. So now we got to figure out why is our defense so bad. So you have enough power, plot. Maybe we need to pick up some of these, and we probably need to refresh some of these, because this says it has 0 defense right now, which clearly is not the case. Yeah, a bunch of these do. All right, we're gonna go ahead and refresh some of these defense plots.
A quiet life. I reckon this place is close enough.
Refresh you. Refresh you. Where are other martial plots? Well, that is part of why I started to do this tonight, William. I want to get my power all sorted out here, so that way we can show you guys the power transfer all working correctly, and I can show you guys, because we were making good progress last episode, so I think we actually might be able to finish that portion of Commonwealth Rising today, which would be pretty cool. All right, and then I got one more power. I got these power generating blocks. Let's make sure those are working. You got power. Okay, there we go. 358 defense. That's what I was looking for. All right. Oh, I love the super speed. Oh, okay. Well, we lost our man on there. I don't remember who was working. I thought I had Sturgis on there. Well, whatever you were doing, Sturgis, you are now in charge of this, because we need our power transfer. Okay, I think last time we also determined we needed to start getting some more surplus water because we were having some trouble with water in HQ. What's our food situation like over here? Producing 30. I think that one's capable of producing more, but I pulled Sturgis off of food, I think, to put him on that. I think that's what's going on here. I also had something funny happen. Last time I ran the optimization tool, and somehow it teleported Cola here. So I think Cola's got some sort of weird setup right now with being attached to 2 different settlements. Because then, as soon as I loaded up this save, she bolted off to Sunshine. So there's something funky going on. All right, let's see if we can get our little icons to appear. Oh, and I have in fact, this is going to be probably the highlight of the patch notes for Friday. All the people who have been claiming Workshop Framework is broken have been redeemed. They were correct. CBR Gamer found an issue with recruitment that was pretty significant. So all the folks who had told me over and over again that it was broken, and I was certain it was not, they were right and I was wrong. So I've got to eat some crow tomorrow while I record a patch note video. I think that's the phrase, right? Eat crow. I don't like I'm trying to clean up all these wires that clipping through everything terribly. Like, if we're gonna go through all this trouble to clean up the power grid, might as well make it look pretty while we're at it. No. Oh, how about this one? Can we get you to connect over here? There we go. That feels good. Alright, we got lots of power. We got lots of defense. We've got a full network of storage. Way too many organic for some reason. But alright, welcome folks. It is 9 o'clock, so now we can be done with our tinkering and get on to the gameplay for tonight. So for those of you who are new to the stream, we are deep in Chapter 2 now. A little bit about how I stream. I am notoriously bad at focus, so I try to focus on one thing at a time so that I minimize my distracting myself, which means I am very rarely engaged with chat in the first half of the stream. And then in the second half of the stream, we kind of flip it. I kind of ignore the game, hang out with you guys, and we talk and answer questions and whatnot. I will occasionally check out chat, like if there's a down moment, if I'm waiting for a load screen or NPCs are talking and I've heard the dialogue a million times. Otherwise, I mostly ignore chat. But if you want to get my attention, definitely do an @KingGath, because that's where my eyes are going to jump when I am looking to some chat for talk. And then the other way you can grab my attention, obviously, is if you want to support the mod, any super chats, I definitely will catch those immediately, and that money goes toward the mod's development pool for handling all of our various costs. So, with all that said, let's get into today's gameplay. I am running today with Workshop Plus, which I haven't normally been using. I decided to use that to finally fix the power in Sanctuary. I went through and used the cloning tool from Workshop Plus. If you use the cloning tool with, what do we say it's called? Surface Snap off, you can effectively pick up anything, clone it right where it is, and then scrap the original to quickly replace things. So I did that on all of our power poles, which got rid of all of our wires, and then that put us in a spot where we can use the auto wiring tool, and now we've got a happy grid in Sanctuary. So let's go back to our data tab here and see what we were working on last. Let's see. So a couple of things we can do today. First off, I have finally fixed journalistic ethics. So it turns out that some of you probably have completed this quest already. For me, the issue was just I hadn't happened to go close enough to the museum, and I've now changed it to if you go anywhere in Concord, it will trigger the next section. There's also a couple other triggers for it. So if you get to that point where you have the argument between Alyssa and her assistant, then it tells you to wait for her. And then the trigger was previously, prior to this patch that's coming out on Friday, the one that I have installed a beta of, it would require you to walk right next to the museum, and if you never did, you'd never get the next stage. So now I put a whole bunch of different spots where it can trigger. Shortwind, thank you for the donation. This is an example of super chat. Let us set the record tonight, folks. I think it's going to be tough to beat the record of when River was on doing thirst tweets for Aiden, or thirst chats for Aiden. That's a tough one. Going to be a tough one to beat. But I appreciate the thought.
Easy living, this ain't.
Yeah, this is another one on my
You know what I
list to
call a
do.
good day?
I might end up doing a
One that ends well and
world
nothing's
repop focused patch sometime in the next few months, where I trying to fix up this crazy issue with how many of them are constantly appearing. It's like the number of them wandering on the streets is always way denser than I anticipated. But also start peppering more of the world with those, because there's a lot more sections that are in the game world that are like Conquered, where you just got a whole bunch of derelict buildings that we should put some doors on. Okay, so if we come around here, somewhere around here, we should find... There he is, sneaking up behind us.
Hi. Hey, I thought you should know that Alyssa woman has lost the plot. She's been plastering anti-mutant propaganda all over town. She's been asking everyone for dirt on beauties and is even offering cash, or let's say less savory, means of getting what she wants. You should go and have a talk to her. Get her to stop before things get really crazy.
There we go. So that is, so some of you may have already experienced it. I thought it was stuck for the longest time. I added a couple of other spots. So now if you find one of her flyers that she put up, you can activate that and it'll trigger the next stage. I also injected one into the bulletin board system, but I don't think I've, I don't know if I set that up yet. I think I have it on the notes. And I remember setting up a bulletin record, but I don't know if I actually injected it. I'm guessing I didn't, because it should be either there. Or it might be that it's too late for me based on the quest stage I have. Might be one of those things that only works in a new save. Jason Locrans, thank you for the donation. Let's go! Thanks for the weekly streams, and of course the mod.
Dangerous look about
Thank you for the donations. The weekly donations for the weekly streams. Appreciate it.
If you work, you eat. It's simple as that.
All right, let's go talk to Alyssa. So because I have such high charisma, I'm gonna get the easy mode through this quest. But I think I kind of wish we would have done this quest a little bit differently. And I almost retinkered it, but I'm like, nah, I don't want, like, the writer wrote it that way. Let's not mess with it. But there's like a really cool scene if you fail these charisma checks in here at the end, where you get like this final showdown and a whole bunch of the characters from Conquered all come together. And unfortunately, we're not going to get that ending.
Oh, great. Now that you're here,
But I think
grab
there's like
a pile of them posters
3 or
and
4
you
different
can
endings
go
for
around
this
the
quest.
town. That way everyone will get the message.
No way am I getting mixed up in this.
Look, once I get these posters up, I will have all the evidence I need to kick that big green monster out of town. Only then will we be safe. Oh, all right. I'll ditch the damn posters. No one else was coming forward anyway.
And that's the end of the quest. So like if I didn't do that, if I failed that check, she would insist she was going to go on the posters. And then you come back later and you find her trying to kill Carnal because she's going off about super mutants. And everybody, like Caleb and Jeff and a couple other people are all surrounding her trying to talk her down. And then you got to come in and then I think you can arrange for her to die. I can't remember, but there's a bunch of different ways this quest can end. But we got the nice easy ending because of high charisma. Let's see here. Morgan Tiller, did you see they released official mod tools for Cyberpunk? Will you do any mods? No, I love Cyberpunk. Like, it was a fantastic experience, but after finishing it, I never once had the urge to go back in. So it was like, I finished the main story and I'm like, okay, I'm done. That was enough Cyberpunk for me. And I'll definitely play the DLC when it comes out.
What you want?
Yep, see, Carnal's out here prepared for the Alyssa scene, just in case, and it didn't occur because I ended it easily. How do you get the pastor to hold his sermon? He should do it automatically. In fact, I have talked about this many times on stream, is that there's some sort of quirk with it where he does it too often, and I got that on my list to address, but it's just, I think he starts it at 8 p.m., something like that. So if you just come to Concord in the evening, you should find him doing it. He doesn't always, I shouldn't say he doesn't always, he rarely actually stands up at the podium like he's supposed to, because one of the problems we had with setting up Concord is we didn't want to edit the nav mesh in the base game, which is why you've got some funkiness going on in the church. If you look in here and like we've just, we barely clean up any, we don't clean up any rubble. We just cover up with weird stuff like this weird side stage. That's just covering up a lot of the nasty rubble. And like these stages aren't nav meshed because we can't nav mesh stuff without causing massive mod conflict issues. Like that's a huge problem with Skyrim, where the game would crash just from people making nav mesh edits. So we learned our lesson. We don't do that. And that makes it so that everything that happens in this church is sketchy at best. Okay, let's see here. So we're not going to do the Nuka World one. Not anytime soon anyway. We might do one day, but we'll see. I feel it more likely that I start over from scratch than I am to go do the DLC. That's how I'm feeling right now. Doing the main quest stuff, like the main quest line stuff, I might do some more vanilla because it will unlock more characters. At one of these times, I'm going to go just bring up the chart of how to get all the characters so I can make sure that we get them all. So we're going to work on Commonwealth Rising, and we'll continue to talk to the Ron to do to get more NPCs. And then let's see here. Because one of the things I know I need to do is get more people in admin, because I continuously have deserters, and one of the ways I can reduce that is just put more people in admin. Okay, I'm just making sure we don't have any other quests here. Okay, let's go to our map here. I'm going to head to HQ. I want to make sure that we have a supply agreement with Sanctuary, because I don't actually remember if we do or not. Bird Up, they mostly just wander around. That's actually one of the things we had on our list that just we never got around to, was putting a bunch of animation markers and linking them to the doors. I thought that would be cool to have like some of the painting markers or some sweep markers or some hammer markers, and attach them to the doors, so when people move in with the world repop system, then it enables those markers too. And it just never got around to it because there's unlimited things to do. What is going on? What is that sound? It sounds like there's some sort of like weird radio static going on. Did we? Let's see here. Let's go to engineering. Tinker. No. It sounds like there's like a broken radio signal, doesn't it? I wonder. I got an idea. I want to check something, because I made a change in the latest beta to try and fix an issue where the what do you call it? The PA system would not acknowledge your setting, and it would just keep turning itself back on. I wonder if that didn't work. Let's see. SUT2. Whoa! I must have hit insert. We're gonna do a lot of console commanding today. Apparently, you guys get to see under the hood. Nope, that's not the. Okay, we're just gonna. I don't have it loaded. I was gonna say I'll just load up CK, but I don't have this plugin loaded. What do we call this? HQ, is it HQ underscore GNN manager maybe? There we go. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna find that radio ref, because that's usually what that means. If you hear a bunch of static from speakers, it means the source of the radio is disabled. Where are you hiding? I see lots of ref collections. That's not what I'm looking for. We're going for a week 32 most interesting stream. Gaff descraps wires and plays around in the console. Tabs out to Notepad++ a bunch. I mean, easy day or easy week for Luke, the editor of these of the videos you guys get. Normally on Mondays, we had a little delay this week because we didn't anticipate some download speed troubles. Where is this thing? Oh, do I have 3 scripts on that quest? This is what it's like to troubleshoot. I think some of you guys have said you should just troubleshoot live on stream. This is what it's like. This is what it's like. It's a lot of read text and like dig in and try and find things and hope for the best. Hope you find something useful. There it is, PA. So we want to go PRID, which is, so PRID is a command that makes it simulates you clicking something with the mouse. All right, and we're gonna go get disabled. It is. Okay, so we need to enable this. Yep, and it stopped the thing. Okay, so I need to put that on my list too. Your HQ radio fix, air quotes, broke the radio. Okay, put that on my list to fix. All right, let's see here. We need to look at our supply agreements now. All right, we'll do sever just so we can see which ones we got. I don't want to put, okay, we do have sanctuary. Okay, cancel. Okay, so we're good there. Okay, let's do Look at our map. I'm showing supply lines just because I want to see what settlements I've actually been working on. So we've got Abernathy, Sunshine, Starlight. I can't think of any of these having a significant power presence other than Sunshine and Sanctuary. So maybe we'll go build some more power in some of these places. Who's got the most settlers? Well, Sunshine, obviously. Okay, Oberlin's doing pretty good. Abernathy. Oberlin, Abernathy, Zimonia, 10 Pines. Okay, let's start with Abernathy. More power! Have you tried turning it off and on again? That's literally what I just did. Disable is turning it off. Enable is turning it back on. So I turned it back on. So my fix for the problem for the bug was I think I set the radio ref to start out disabled and then turned it back on, and apparently that caused an issue. It won't cause an issue currently, or won't cause an issue on Friday because I'm going to resolve this now. But if I had released the patch as is, any of you running public beta 2 probably have that same issue. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Short on defense, as always when we come here. Happiness is pretty good. Man, I love the super speed from Workshop Plus. I missed you. Alright, let's go ahead and build. So the problem really with the power sharing at this phase, when I'm getting punished right now by the bug from Workshop Framework. So the bug from Workshop Framework that people have been reporting that I didn't recognize as being there, because it's very hard to confirm, is that settler recruitment would be way slower than it was meant to be. And so my anticipation had been that by this point in the game, because I've been playing, I don't know how many in-game days, I should have had dozens and dozens of settlers, and I have not. And that is due to this bug that is now fixed. So now, in theory, if I were to just sleep a few days, I should just get pummeled by a bunch of settlers, which might be worthwhile. Because without a bunch of settlers, it's hard to justify putting in a... man, I need to get some building material plots. Look at that, 264. My organics are out of control. Okay, I think we need to solve that problem too. Let's build some storage. But anyway, without having a lot of extra settlers, it's hard to justify putting somebody on the on power transfer duty. All right, we're gonna go ahead and build our shipping container wall over here. And we'll stack some, sure. Try and get through this, raiders. I'm gonna go with the rainbow wall. Yeah, maybe I'll try and do something reasonable. We'll keep red on the. We'll do a red-blue pattern here. Storage cannot come fast enough. Oh wow, now I'm out of steel. Ha! All right then. Well, that got us a little. That got us some. We got some building materials now, up to 1900. Just adding in some storage helped a lot. So I think that the excessive organics, I believe that that's tied to something with HQ. I've got to dig into the resource code again for that and see what the heck is going on. Because there's no way I should have that many more organics than I do everything else. Just doesn't make any sense for what I've been doing. All right, I like this opening here. Now I kind of want to build some turrets there just because. Hey, for some reason I have a bunch of... Oh, I needed 30 steel. That's why I was like, somehow I got a bunch more steel. See how close this gets us on our defense. I'm guessing not very. Oh, I can do the better ones. Okay. Nope. What are you going to get me? 4 steel, and I need 5. Bummer. What about this? Does this get me 1 more steel? Yeah. A couple more, and then we'll do... Oops. Alright, now there's no... Those meters are not correct. That's from me. I think that this is... I think there's probably a little bit of a dead zone in Abernathy. So let's give it a moment to catch up. Oh, you guys are short on power over here, so we definitely need some power. Power and defense. We'll go ahead and plop down a municipal plot here. So Abernathy is such a weird place to build in. Like this long, skinny hill. Very awkward. Alright, we're going to put in an advanced plant. Actually, that's what else I should do. I should switch this guy over to an advanced water plant. So we have that unlocked. I should probably go do that everywhere since we're playing cheat mode. I have the stat bypass on just because I'm trying to save time. Yep. What do we got over here? What is this one? This is... well, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, pay and build. There we go. View details. Organic. Okay. Okay, cool. So he's immediately building advanced water. Just need somebody on this. All right, we're going to do... I'm really curious if we get some more people. It'll also give us more building materials, so I'm actually going to sleep. I don't do this often. I prefer to just keep moving and fast traveling around. Hey guys, that's quite the getup you got, buddy. Oh, you're a visiting rancher. All right, sleep. I don't know whose bed that is. Don't care. All right. Warpig, hey all, can you tell us how you got started in Sims? Did you ever think that you would be where you're at today? How did I get into this? So on my second playthrough on PC, so I did my first playthrough. I haven't told this story in a while. I feel like I can tell it again. I know many of you have heard it before. So my first playthrough with every Bethesda game to date, with the exception of Fallout 76, I always did on Xbox. Like, to me, playing on console is just way more chill. I actually relax and play the game, whereas when I'm on PC, 9 times out of 10, I do what you guys just saw. I'm tabbing out of the game to try and figure out bugs, or I'm just not focused on the game, and I'm not relaxed. So, first playthrough I like to do on console, and I did that, played through several hundred hours on Xbox with Fallout 4, and then when the modding tools proper came out, I decided it was time to play on PC. And that's when salvage beacons came around, because I was just like, I'm tired of, like, I love looting, but I'm tired of dealing with inventory management. Like, I don't want to have to just install a bunch of mods to hack my weight. And then, like, that kind of got me on the roll of like, oh, like, this is a lot of fun to do simple mods and release them, because I've been modding games forever, but I would rarely release anything. I've released a few things under a different name, but most of the time I didn't release things. And then so that kind of gave me a little high when I released salvage beacons to moderate success. And then so when I ran into the issue of, all right, now I like building detailed settlements, but by the time I got done with my sanctuary design, I was like, I just don't want to do that again in all my other settlements. Even though on Xbox I did, I like manually built up like probably 30 settlements, and I did not have it in me to finish that. And then I started thinking about how you could solve that problem, and I've always been a huge fan of the SimCity series and any type of like management games, and so then I thought that it would be easy enough to turn a workshop item, like I think I was thinking about like these floor pieces. I'm like, oh, what if those were like a little SimCity tile where you place these down and then people just build a little house on it or build a shop on it. And I think originally I was like hoping to do something more closer to like SimCity. Like for example, if in SimCity, if you were to take like a residential plot and snap, oops, I did not mean to build that. If you were to like take a plot and place down one here, one here, one here, one here, then the building that could build would take up all 4 spaces, depending if the conditions were right. And I wanted that, and I couldn't figure that out, so I opted just to build the big plots that we got that eventually became 2x2. They actually started out as a real weird shape because I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't recognize that Bethesda had done these like everything in 256 unit sections. So our original plots were like, I don't remember what the dimensions were, but they look really dumb now if you go back and look at the original plot model. Yeah, and then I just started making that. It blew up. Like the it got more downloads for Sim Settlements, the original, in like the first 2 days than Salvage Beacons had its entire lifespan. So it was like, okay, clearly I'm onto something. Like people love this, and then people started asking if they could help develop the mod. And then I did the toolkit, and a whole bunch of people released content for it. So it just kind of like it hit at the right moment in my life. Like it was a time like right after I released Sim Settlements, or right before, my wife got pregnant with our first kid, so she was sleeping a lot and I was awake a lot, so there was a lot of free time all of a sudden that I had, and combine that with you know, all the positive feedback I was getting on Sim Settlements, and it just kind of took on a life of its own, and now it's become my obsession. This is like pretty much has replaced gaming and any other hobbies for me, is working on Sim Settlements. This is just my favorite thing to do now. That's another thing those of you who haven't tuned into my streams have just learned. When you ask me a question, there's a good chance you will get the answer to everything but your question. I will just kind of go off on tangents until I get bored of talking. Okay, let's see here. Alright, so I think our meters are now accurate. I don't like how terrible our defense is. We really just need more people. Okay, we didn't get another person when we slept. So we're going to bounce to the next settlement because we just need more people to solve this problem. So we're going to go to our next highest. Oh, Outpost Ammonia did. Okay, cool. So that is what I want to see. I want to see more settlements, get more people here. And every time we fast travel, we pass a bunch of time, and it's likely to trigger another recruitment. Oscar Fry. So I found a cool mod for FO4 that turns Vault 111 into a death trap from the start. You should try it out. It's called Horror in Vault 111. I don't know what the next mod I'm going to actually mess around with is. My guess is the mods I'm most likely to play on camera are going to be ones that people that I am pretty friendly with all the time. Like Monkey's mod that he's going to be releasing soon. The I don't know if it's a Bleacher, if it's like a 2.0 in Bleachers or if it's own thing. You guys know what I'm talking about. There's the Bleachers mod that adds like the Nuka-Cola Cafe above the Ron's office. He's doing like a huge mod involving the police that he's got in his mod that live in Diamond City. Like that one I could see myself playing on stream. I've always wanted to play Forville by Seddon. Just show off and check out what people I know are doing. This is the stuff I'm most likely to do at this point. Otherwise, if I ever do another you guys pick my mods stream, that'll be a different issue. I might do it. I might go hardcore into that too one time if we ever do. I really can't anticipate right now just because of time factors, but it might be fun to do that with the live stream combination. Like I had quit doing it because of time, but the live stream kind of solves that. It doesn't take nearly as much time. Could be fun to do another you guys pick my mod list. Although last time the way we did it is you guys would suggest mods and I would pick. Might be funnier to do it by vote or something. Like let you guys vote in a mod and like we just have some rules about it. You know, like I don't want to get demonetized, so we're not going to let you guys give me porn mods and stuff. But it could be fun to do like add 10 mods based on the top voted ones or something. It could be a fun way to do a stream. See how long our save lasts. Because that, inevitably, all those saves I did in the live stream eventually got to a point where the save was just unplayable. Because we installed too many wonky mods. This settlement's doing great. We need some homes. But other than that, it's doing pretty darn good. I like it. Okay. Do we have anywhere we can stick another home? This place is pretty squeezed tight here. I think I already built someone on top of this building, so we were already reaching for where we could cram more bodies. Yeah, we got a multi-person home there. Is that level? Oh, that can hold one more person. We got a bed stuck right here. Oh, this thing looks all wonky. We're gonna scrap that. And we're gonna move you somewhere else. Now we're gonna just scrap you too. We're gonna build. I'm okay with regular beds, but not flickering inside of each other like that. Where can we stick some? Here we go. This looks like a great spot right underneath these stairs. Oh, so beat myself to it. All right, we'll put another one under there just to replace the one we lost. If we have enough anything. Steel. Did not expect that to be our shortcoming. You know what? I bet I can loot some stuff over here and get some steel. Let's do that. Oh, and we got respawns. Cool. And there's our steel. Oh. I could have sworn I saw a raider run by me. Oh, just a couple of turrets. Alright. All right. Alright, let's build some beds. The right price, what I'm up to is slowly going through the Chapter 2 story content and talking about like little stuff that I know about the modern game that maybe not everybody does. Get a little development commentary. This is my Wednesday night ritual. Unless I am suffering from a disease or out of town for some reason, then I skip. But don't anticipate anything like that anytime soon. I think my life is going to get more and more unpredictable going forward here. As I got kid in school now, and it's he's always got to take the priority over anything else. But I don't anticipate him having a lot of stuff going on at 9 o'clock at night on a Wednesday. So hopefully no more interruptions to my streaming schedule. All right, I'm feeling like this could be a nice spot for another plot because we don't need this door here because they built a couch right in front of it, so they don't care about the door. Let's move you over here. We're gonna build ourselves a little residential plot, little interior guy. There's 2x2. I mean, maybe I can cram a 2x2. Well, it's worth a shot. You guys know I love a big, janky-looking settlement. Yeah, I'm thinking this can happen. Like, we'll just need to make sure we pick one that doesn't... Wait, maybe if I turn it this way? No, then that's going to block the stairs. But I think if we pick one that has its building kind of in the back right corner, we should be alright with this. The ASAM sensor is going to clip right through the floor here, which is a bummer, but we can just get rid of this extra stairs. Let's see, let's wait for everything to appear here. And we'll put you on the grid. Although I don't know that I have much of a grid going on here. Yeah, everybody's out of power. Okay, so the ASM sensor right in the middle of the stairs. All right, let's back you up just a smidge here. No, that doesn't really matter. You're just going to have an ASAM sensor on your floor. You're going to have to deal with it. You can walk around it. That's fine. All right, and we always got, in these tiny settlements especially, got to do the multi-person. There we go. Yep, that works for me. Now I should get a cost confirmation. No? Doesn't want to give me cost confirmation today? Here it goes. Pay and build. There we go. Okay. Alright, let's pop back in here. So power is definitely our... well, again, it's defense, but power as well. Okay, we just need to continue to get more bodies. But we're full up on jobs here. And I think I don't remember what I built in here last for a job, but everybody's got a job, so we're good on that front. Alright, let's go to our next settlement. So, next down the list. Whoa. Oh no! This is why Workshop Plus is in what do you call it? Work in progress on Xbox. So on Xbox, when this happens to you, it happened because I opened up my Pip-Boy before waiting for my flight to go away. There's nothing you can do about it. For PC, you can just move yourself with a console command. I might not be able to move to myself. I might have to move to a different... There we go. And it gets you out of it. So that's like a little animation hiccup that happens if you open your Pip-Boy while you're flying. Okay, let's go to 10 Pines. It's all ogre now. Spoiler! Will the Nightingales and CBD be receiving more story content in Season 3? Will this financial backer that offers money to the Nightingales be elaborated on, or are they unimportant? I won't speak to the specifics. I will say that pretty much everybody you've seen in SS2 to this point will be getting minor amounts of content in the form that they will have opportunities to assist in the Chapter 3 story. Beyond that, I don't want to spoil anything. You'll find out as soon as we start doing like full-blown trailers. Like I think we have a teaser trailer that we're working on right now. That's our typical super vague, doesn't tell you anything. It's just a hype vehicle like that we're working on right now. And we probably won't do the full trailer with like some details and hints where you're going to see people you know and recognize and understand what's happening. That probably won't come until we're pretty positive on a date. So that is not yet. We are not at picking a date point at all.
To Diamond City one of these days.
Okay, let's see.
Biggest town I ever saw.
Here again. Yeah, always carrying too much to run. All right, there goes our water. Defense is great here. Okay, everything's pretty good here, other than we're short on a little bit of power. Oh, we got an incapacitated settler here, so we need some disease cure action going on. The settlement's actually doing pretty darn good. Happiness is in the tank, but we can fix that with... let's get ourselves some more rec plots here. I don't know why that jobs and home meters are not correct. I'm going to give that a moment to update. Alright, let's pop in here. I actually thought of a potential issue with the HUD that I need to come up with a solution to. I don't know how to explain it without using technical terms, so I'll just use the technical terms, but we have a system in place to try and prevent a whole bunch of different systems spamming our HUD with requests at once. And to do that, it basically has like a little timer. Like before any HUD event runs, it runs like a half-second timer that says like, hey, wait and see if any other events come in, and then run it. But one of the things I thought of is that if that timer is never able to complete because there's just non-stop traffic coming into the HUD, then the HUD will basically never update. And so I think I need to put in some sort of catch that's like after 10 skips or something, like the timer runs 10 times, we should just probably just force the HUD to update anyway, even if it's getting a lot of traffic, because otherwise you can get long walls where the HUD doesn't update at all. All right, we're going to just plop a recreational plot right in the center here. And we're going to put it on relaxation, because we need some happiness here. The 60 happiness is not going to get us many new settlers. There we go. And that should get built pretty much immediately, because that's a third assignment type. Alright, let's rig this up into the grid. And pay and build, yes please. Alright, and then I don't know, like our job, like our home job leisure meter is all screwy, so I don't know what we need, but I want to give these guys some more power. I think they have a... Alright, move guys, come on, get out of the way. I think they have a power plot in here. I'll say got water. Yeah, we've got an interior plot here. What are they producing? Where's their municipal power switch? Producing 80. Okay. You guys can do better than that. Let's get you a proper 2x2. We'll put an advanced power plant in your little farm. Makes sense to me. I really should specialize a little more. I should come up with a, like, put sanctuary, put all the power, or move all my farming over here or something. that actually does feel better. Let's do that. Let's build another agricultural here, and we can slowly dismantle the agricultural at sanctuary. Make some measure of trying to be immersive here. Yeah, I like doing the foundation ones better. Okay, are we gonna just overlap this fence? I feel like we might have to, because otherwise these guys are not gonna have anywhere to walk. What about this way? Yeah, this looks a little better. See how that does. I can back it up a little bit. Just bury it into the ground. That's fine by me. Where's the sensor? Oh, look at that. It was planned all along. Sensor is just resting on some rocks. Alright, let's see if that thing gets signed to build. Charles Holder, you should just try the Story Wealth collection. There's several of the mods you would like to try out in it already. I might. I love the idea of the collections and the Wabbajack stuff. Just haven't had time to mess with it. Because right now, the focus is, let's get chapters 1 and 2 as bug-free as we can. And this save has been hugely helpful in that. Like, the number of times where I've finally been able to have a save that doesn't have any other mods installed with bugs you guys have reported. Like, so many bugs have been fixed because I've been able to use stuff I found while playing this Let's Play. So I don't want to give that up yet. I wasn't even going to install Workshop Plus because I was worried about that adding issues, but as I commented last week, Workshop Plus is long overdue for some patching, so I figure the first step is to have it installed so I can have a good save for catching bugs. And at least I can do something about it. Like if I have somebody else's mod installed and it causes a problem in my save, I can fix it, but it's going to be a giant headache because I know very little about the structure of other people's mods. Okay, so we've got 2 people incapacitated here, right? Or is it the same person, probably? Let's see if we can find out who it is. Is it you?
Got work to do. Can't talk now.
What kind of disease are you rocking? So we got needle spine. That's actually easily cured. Do we have any... Oh, I need to disable Workshop Plus track items, because then I can't use disease cures otherwise. Alright, mod config. Workshop Plus. I think it's under options or under advanced, maybe. Settler activation off. No, I probably just don't have any disease cures on me. Okay, I'll have to fix that. Need to go find the nightingales.
You hear about that farm run by ghouls? Isn't that something?
Okay, so you guys aren't ready to build the second farm. So let's go to... We're going to go to... I want to get to outside Diamond City. So we'll go to... Because sometimes there's a nightingale around. Actually, the one in Concord is pretty frequently there. Let me pop over there and see if I can find her. Or him. Hard to tell with those Plague Doctor masks on. Kyle Harris, you need the Extend Your Settlement mod. It's a great mod when you're playing Sim Settlements. I use it all the time. Yeah, that would be pretty handy right now. Because some of my settlement, well, it's the last 2 we just messed with. Pretty hard to do anything in them anymore for me. That's part of the challenge, though. Got to figure out how to build vertically. All right. Do we see any nightingales wandering around here? Because we can also get some disease cures that are injected into the general vendor lists. But the nightingale inventory, I think, is quite flush with them. No sign. No sign. Okay. All right. Then the next spot we're going to is Diamond City. And we'll go to Hangman's on the way, because why not? We'll see what's going on over here. But we also can stop into the Ron, pick up our next settler quest, too, while we're down here. Mod 142 is WSFW layouts work with power conduits now. I mean, I haven't changed anything with layouts, so if they don't work, or if they haven't worked in the past, then they won't suddenly start working. But I was under the impression that the only thing that don't work with Workshop Framework power-wise are the contraption things. Like, they won't suddenly wire themselves up how you had them before your layout, because we don't record that kind of data. Okay, let's see here. How are you guys doing? Happiness heading downward. Oh, you're ready. Oh, they're ready to... They just need population in order to get city plan upgrade. That's interesting. Interesting that they're at... Let me see. What's the... Oh, 9 out of 16. So, what have they not built? What is going on here? Because that's odd. Because if it's 9 out of 16, you would think then there should be a bunch of unbuilt residential plans here. Let's check that out. Because I see residential everywhere. It's also possible that the number, maybe the city plan has got a bug in it, and that the number of beds it's claiming to have available at this level is incorrect. That is definitely a possibility. Because, yeah, all of these look very built. I think over here is a lot of commercial, recreational, commercial, no housing over here. Yeah, so I think that number, so I'm going to put that on my bug list here. Let's get out a new card. I wonder if that's an issue with multiple of the ROTC city plans. ROTC, what level is this one? So I think the desk is over here. What level are we at here? Level 2. So, Hangman's, ROTC, L2, claims, port for 16 settlers, I think it said. Let's pop out of there one more time. Alright, let's bring that HUD back up. Oh, I'm out of the bounds of the settlement. Alright, let's go back down here. So it's claiming we should be able to get 16. which is not true. Okay, got that on my list because I wonder if that's the case across the board with ROTC. I've had a lot of reports of like ROTC has problems, and I think that's why I installed it on this saves because like I want to see some of these problems, and that might be one of them. Okay, so we're not doing anything in Hangman's for now, but we can take advantage of the no workshop mode timeout and fly over here real fast because we just want to see if we can find the Nightingale. So cheat mode. All right, let's get back out of that. There we go. All right, let's see if we can find our Nightingale wandering around out here.
Can't believe I'm posted outside the wall. Who the heck did I piss off?
Who's this? Is this Cricket again?
I got so many flavors
nope.
of mayhem for sale.
Hope I'm good, thanks. Okay, no Nightingale. All right, let's pop in here. See if someone got injected into the vendor list. And we'll talk to the Ron while we're here. Uh-oh, we got a dirty bot. Let's see here. Boop. There we go. So I would so I think we injected into like the doctor list. So theoretically, this guy over here should have some.
Let's get you examined right away. Time is not on the side of the surgeon.
Actually, I need some supplies for the road.
All right, but go easy on the chems.
Hey, here we go. 7 disease cures. We will take them all, thank you. And we will trade you some hot garbage. And you can have this thing. Now we want to keep that. What else do we got here? And then my favorite thing to sell, weight-free junk. Well, I'm running low on that, apparently. Okay, then we go next to excess chems. Aid, that's what we're looking for. You can have some buff out. Why am I picking up hub flowers? What's wrong with me? Okay, you can have 200 caps. That's acceptable. All right, off to the run.
No loitering.
There's a Nightingale cache in Concord. It's in the Pulaski shelter. Oh, that's right. I gotta find those. Those have a bunch of disease cures in them. That will be where we go next on our way back out to the settlements. But first, we got to see who the Ron's got for us today. I can't imagine we're out of people. Like last time I talked to him, he had like 4 options available. You too, Ron.
Oh yeah, it's business time.
Any idea where I can find someone?
Looking for talent, are we? What kind of attributes you in the market for?
I'm looking for someone.
Okay, so I think we determined strength and endurance are tapped out. So let's try intelligence. There we go.
No more. This is who you're looking for. Come back again. Oh yeah.
Okay. Where are we headed? Somerville Place. Okay. Yeah, and I actually don't know where all the Nightingale caches are. I did not place them, so I'm not familiar with all their placements. So if you guys catch me by the time you guys tell me I'm near one, it's probably going to be too late most of the time, because chat's delayed and I'm not paying super close attention. But if I happen to be hanging around one, feel free to let me know and I'll go snag it. But yeah, the Concord one's easy.
You better not cause any trouble.
Who said that to me? Oh, the little kid did. Okay. Alright. Oh, and we actually made it in time for the person not to wander off for once. Ah, more deserters, of course. Gotta get back. I gotta get some more admin staff in place. Where is our person? Nope. Hanging out in this training plot, apparently. Or behind it, maybe? Nope, just... Oh, yep, they're in it. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, just taking a shower. Okay.
You'll be the one everyone's talking about. Name's Charles. I'm with the Brotherhood. I mean, if the uniform didn't give that away already. Well, I don't know how much you know about us. And honestly, it's not really why I'm here. I have a proposition for you. What really matters when it comes down to it? What was history's greatest loss before the Great War? A library. The Library of Alexandria. History's greatest loss. Though honestly, we might have just blown ourselves to hell earlier had it lasted. We should rebuild it. And Boston's a good place to start. A lot of history here. A lot of books. I was wondering if you were interested in helping. Not just the Brotherhood, but Boston as well.
I would be glad to help.
I won't forget this.
I don't think I've been grabbing overdue books,
sure
which
you're
is a mistake because I think we have
what
2
I'm gonna have you
characters who
do.
like them.
So let's get to that. Throughout history, knowledge and the access to it has dictated human advancement. Even having fiction around stimulates imagination. I think it's time we've got some of that back from the waste. I'd be grateful if you'll keep an eye out for any overdue books while you're out. The fiction ones can stay here, with you and your people. I'll be taking certain ones back with me.
I'm in. Let's do it.
We'll do this then. 5 books. I need you to find 5 books for me. The Commonwealth has a ton of them. I check schools, the library. There should be the odd bookstore scattered around. Once you round up 5, come drop them off with me, and we'll get started. We're about to change the Commonwealth for the better. Every book you bring me from here on out, I'll buy them from you for 50 caps a pop.
That those subtitles did not match at all with what he just said. All right, let's see here. I guess I should check. Maybe I grabbed some overdue books. I feel like that's something I completely ignored. Yep, 0 overdue books. Okay. All right, so put that on. I don't think tracking does anything. Yeah, it just tells you where he's at. Okay, so we could hit up. I think I cleared out the Boston Public Library recently, so let's head there. Nightingale caches at Bunker Hill and outside Vault 81. Okay, those are easy. Rexprod, does the start of CPD have a known bug? I have a blank dialogue tree when I tell her to let her go. No, I'm not aware. I'm not aware of a. We found one blank dialogue tree with Simon, but I haven't seen one with anybody else. Where are you going, dog meat? That's not where we're headed. We're trying to get in the library. How do you get library? I know you can go in through the through underground. Is there a way to just bypass that and go straight in? Wait, who's this? Oh, CPD officer. That's whoops. Accidentally equipped the camera. There's the precinct over here. That's why. Hello, sir.
All's well, I hope.
Indeed. Thanks. All right. How do we get? Oh yeah, there's the CPD office over there. Oh, they got quite the hound patrol. Awesome. There we go. Might find books at the schools. I mean, I hope there's enough at this library, but maybe I'm misremembering. Because I'm pretty sure there's one of those, what do you call it? Oh, there's a lot of good loot in here. The book return things in here, isn't there? Shotgun shells everywhere. A lot of dead mutants without any overdue books on them. Fair. Maybe we might as well grab the stuff that's lit up, right? I don't even remember what I'm tracking for anymore. It's just habit to leave it on there.
Got it.
Nope, I don't want any of that junk. Okay, that's not. I want the key. Give me the key. Storage room key. That sounds important. Anything? I guess overdue books at the library doesn't make sense, does it? That's kind of dumb. Like, they're not overdue if they return to the library. Maybe this was me thinking poorly. I just remember there's one of those, yeah, these things. So my mind automatically went to, oh, that's where we get books. But no, that's where, yeah, why would there be overdue books at a library? Okay. Thought that one through. Foxfire, that bug is resolved in the next patch. We added a new dialogue option to him after you turn in the first one, where you can tell him that you're not going to bring him any more books, and then it will turn off the quest forever. Hey, here we go. No overdue books, but lots of good loot. No, I don't want Salisbury steak. Okay, you know what we haven't done in a while? Do we have a Mark 1 beacon handy? Or did I not bring any of those? No, I probably left them because they were weighing too much. Too bad. Oh, what's in here? Gotta get my fancy hairbrush on. Alright, let's head out of here somehow. I think we came in this way. Check the floor. I mean, I'm hoping to find a spot where I don't have to spend, I don't like want to spend an hour looting. I was hoping it would just be, oh, the library is going to have lots of books, but, you know, then you think about it for 2 seconds and realize that that's a dumb idea. So I think the school, someone said, is a much smarter idea. Oh, I missed some books on the floor, you guys are saying? I can go back in there. Only got to wait 10 minutes for a Boston load screen. But yeah, I haven't grabbed any books here. I think all I did when I was here last is I ran through murdering everyone and then finished whatever quest we were working on. In the bobblehead room. Okay. I actually don't know what the bobblehead room is. Is it that last one that had the computer servers and the dead raiders or gunners, whoever those were? Alright, back inside. More load screens. There's a few in Trinity Church. Okay. Old corner bookstore. Alright. Okay, in the room with the bobblehead. I don't actually know what room that is, but I'm going to just kind of wander around and look at the floor. Any books? I see corpses. I see empty boxes. More corpses. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Was that all of them, or were there more somewhere that I missed? In here, I mean, in particular, before I go wander into the corner bookstore or whatever. Are you playing on an old-timey mechanical drive? No, I'm playing on a SSD. I really want to get what's the new one? Well, it's not that new, but MVM, a bunch of letters. It's a big acronym. I want to be playing on that, but I haven't. I'm waiting for my next PC to bother with that. Oh, you guys hit me high and quick with the at King Gas here. Let's see. Check the tables in the big reading room. There should be a few more in one of the other rooms on shelves. Okay, so you're saying you guys are saying I can get 5 in here. Because if that's the case, that's good. I don't have to go wander. Let's check these shelves. Nothing there. Wait. Nope, burnt book. And this place is loot heaven. Did you find one dog meat? No. Oh, man. You get shotgun shells at the library? That's pretty wild. More burnt books. Oh, is that one? Yes, it is. One more to go. Alright, pay attention to these shelves here. What do we got? That's empty. Pumpkin's not an overdue book. Fancy hairbrush. Take a light bulb for some copper. Nothing else there. How about in here? Now I keep checking chat to waiting for it all to light up with a whole bunch of you missed one, you missed one, you missed one. Because it's gonna happen. Hey, there we go, some light. Anybody hanging out in the back room with some overdue books? Dog meat. Find an overdue book. You can do it. The health of the stream depends on it. We cannot bore everyone this much. Oh, did I finally hit my weight limit there? Alright, let's dump some garbage. I don't even know what I'm carrying that's weighing this much. How we can drop that? Let's see, 351. Oh, wait, isn't there a weight sort? Let's see, sort by weight. No, not value, weight. What do we got here? What's taking up so much weight? Microscopes, that makes sense. And typewriter. Alright, bye typewriter. And those overdue books, I think those are probably £1 each. Anybody in the bathroom reading? Hello? Yep. Look at that. I called it by accident. And another hairbrush. Alright, we got them. I don't actually know where the bobblehead is. You guys told me to go in the room with the bobblehead, but I don't know where that is. If the bobblehead is the room with the computer servers, then yes, I found 3 in there. But we are all set now. Found the one in the toilet. Now we should find the exit. The rebreather mask is a reward in chapter 2 of our quest line. It happens toward the end after you get to HQ. At some point, I think it's after you do the HQ tutorial, Jake tells you to come meet him in the common room. And then he tells you he set up a player home for you in the HQ. You go there and it's just sitting on the little bedside table. I know of a mod you need to add to your list that might help your weight limit problem. Let's just scrap things down to junk components out in the field. Oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, I have multiple solutions in the mod I'm playing right now to the weight limit. I'm just failing to use them. Do I even have... Actually, did I even bring any salvage beacons? Like, I could be using salvage beacons or to do this. Or I could actually just dump off all the crud in my inventory instead of carrying everything around. Yeah, I should really go get a salvage beacon. I have all the infrastructure set up for it. But really I just need to empty my inventory. Alright, so let's go back to Charles, who is where right now? He's on his way to Hangman's Alley. Okay, let's head there. Cut him off. I like how the sound loads before the loading screen. I don't know why, but I like that little feature they did. Okay. Alright, he must be real close here. Okay, I guess he went to Diamond City. Okay, that's fair. Well, then we're just gonna go catch him. Actually, I was going to drop my junk off there, but I feel like it's better I should be dropping it off at Sanctuary, since that's the place I tend to... Either Sanctuary or Sunshine, in case I do want to do some crafting one of these days. Although I think I told you guys I'm going to kind of avoid it. Oh, you know what I should do? I should donate it. I should donate it to the Caravan Network. Let's do that. And then this will give us a chance to see if we can crash the game with the donations. I know some of you guys have that happen once in a while. Well, let's go over here. Actually, I'm curious. What do we got in our transfer? Look at all this ammo. Holy cow. And weapons. Purified water. Lots of junk. No caps. Why does nobody have any caps for me ever? That's really what I want to steal from my settlers. Alright, let's do a little save action. I haven't done one in a minute here. Save LP day 32. Pre-donate. Alright, let's go ahead and donate all this junk we got. Donate items. And we'll donate some junk. We're gonna do a whole bunch of stuff because this is where I think some people end up triggering the crash. So I'm just curious if we'll end up doing the same today. Because I have a throttle in place for donation handling to try and eliminate crashes, but it says Hangman's ran out of space to store your entire scrap donation. Return the remainder to you. All right, what's the scrap situation? Did it just fill it up that quick? I wonder if I filled it. If they returning everything to me. Oh yeah, 76,400. They are out of space. All right, let's go up to the roof. We'll build some more. Should be some room up here we can stash some. Yeah, here we go. Looks like somebody beat me to it. Look at all this storage up here. Okay, let's plop a few more up here. Assuming we have the steel. That was actually why we stopped. We don't have enough steel. Shocking. We have all that junk and no steel among it. Very disappointing. All right, do you guys have a weapon workbench down here? Could have sworn I saw a workbench of some sort. We got the chem workbench. Nothing in here. Oh, I remember where it is. I think it's up here. Up above the workbench. Secret weapon workbench. Here we go. Alright, let's do some crafting. Oh, we have nothing worth scrapping. That's a bummer. I could get rid of my pipe wrench, but that feels sacrilegious. Okay, nothing worth scrapping. What about armor? Do we have is this an armor bench right next to it? No. Okay, guess we won't be doing that right now. We have a steel shortage. Did not anticipate that being our downfall. All right, and now Mr. Baker is heading back down to, what's the settlement down there? Oh, maybe he's headed to, yeah, he's got to be heading to Somerville, but we can catch him. And then I'll show you guys the new dialogue option, and we can test it, make sure it still works. Oh, that sounded like something that wants to eat me. Come on out. Yep, super mutant. Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy. Oh, are you kidding me? Come on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, bummed I didn't get your hand, but happy I didn't die. Oh, more? Oh, a mongrel, too. Thanks for the mini nuke. Who are you fighting? Oh, me. Oh, and some mongrels, okay. Oh, you're stuck, buddy. Sorry. It's not my fault. Okay. And still... Ah! More of you. Yep, there he is. Gotcha. Alright, now we're closing in. Wait, no. Now it says we're going to Diamond City again. What do we need at Diamond City? Oh, the deserters. Bummer. Okay. We'll get you guys in a minute. Wonder if there's more children that I need to fight. Oh, good call, Canuck. Could have scrapped all those random weapons in the bench. Yep. Wait, where did he go now? He just disappeared on me. He like doubled back all of a sudden. I got close to him. He must have teleported. You a jerk.
Somebody please help. She's hurt.
I'm not falling for that one again. Oh, did he get teleported inside a building over here? Oh no, here he is. Hey buddy, got your book. Oh! Yeah, you kill him, and then I'll give you your books.
Hello. Oh, hey, you got all 5. This is great. Just what we need to get started here.
Whoops, that started too soon. Just before he finished talking. Send him somewhere. I'm gonna put that on my list. That's an easy fix. Let's see. Charles Baker. Insta-recruit. Okay. All right. Let's send you to the Sunshine Co-op.
Book you bring me from here on out. I'll buy them from you for 50 caps a pop.
Got ourselves a new library. This is one of the few buildings we have that's like just a straight up improved version over the baseline. Like it supports 2, 3, and 4 instead of 1, 2, 3. This is something I was hesitant to do because I don't like the designs dictating the power of things. I'd prefer if everything was kind of even keel. And he's got a custom skin for a raised shack.
And if you find any comics, send them my way.
Hey there.
Come back and see me when you have all 5 books, okay?
I
Come
do.
back and see me when you have all 5 books, okay? Come
Okay,
back
well,
and see me
apparently
when you
apparently
have
I
all
didn't
5
fix that.
books,
So let's
okay?
put that on the list. And actually, I can use that. Let's see. Let me see here. When did I last save? Did I save after? I think I got a save I can use for debugging here. Yeah, I can use the pre-donate save to debug him. So Charles dialogue still funky. And we'll use the pre-donate save for troubleshooting. Okay. Alright, well, we got our settler out of it. So now we can go into DC here, talk to our deserters, and then see who else Iran's got for us, if anybody. I feel like I just want to go shoot this person so they stop screaming. Which is, for out of context for anybody who doesn't know, that person is or actually a raider in disguise. So I'm not just advocating murdering a person who's screaming for help. Oscar Fries, if you could have any video game or game franchise have a crossover with FO4 and your SS2 mod, which game would it be? I'm not a big fan of crossovers. Like, I mean, they're fine in, like, you know, a little less serious toned games. You know, like in, you know, like Mario Kart or like, you know, like Multiverses, any of these fighting games that are all silly. Like, I don't mind. But in a game like Fallout, I do not want any type of franchise crossover. Okay, now what was I going to do? Oh, I was trying to find the... I need to go to the bar. That's probably where the... That's the deserters to return.
Toothpaste. Know who does that? A sinner.
Yep, in we go. Alright, who do we got today? Please be Marcy. Please be Marcy. Let me punch Marcy in the jaw. It's probably going to be Katie again.
Protect and
here
serve.
we go.
Quiet, you. All right, you. Tell me. Diamond City Radio is terrible, yes? It makes you want to cut your own ears off.
Wait.
Okay, fine. You walk away. But if you want to help Travis, you come talk to me.
Okay.
Institute sins are impressive. They just use them wrong.
Protect and serve.
Alright, Docker.
Hey there. Maybe this'll change your mind.
Okay, let's try it. Let's try the gift again.
Something for you.
Do we have any apparel I can give him? I just don't want to give him any of this stuff. I don't have anything. Let me see if I can find something. Hold on a second, buddy. I'll be right back. Move. Move. That's the next one of the mods I really want. Is Sidante's shove mod. Oh, look at all that jet.
Just stop, okay? We got our own problems.
Stop what? I'm just trying to steal some armor. Somebody's got to have some laying around here. Anybody? No? Alright, fisticuffs it is.
Hi.
Come here, Docker.
Maybe this'll change your mind. I always knew you were a quitter.
And serve.
I don't think punching into that that monster helmet he got, not a great idea. At least I got gloves on. Oof. Come here. I'm glad the Protectron didn't decide to join in.
Robots! We need more robots!
Protect and serve.
I think the combat lines of our unique settlers are always my favorite. It's so funny to hear how all the different voice actors do their shouts and stuff and go all in. 'Cause most of our lines are pretty reserved.
My minions!
Protect and serve.
Nope. I'm gonna beat you into submission. You're gonna go back to work. Imagine if this were a valid option at your job. You just wanna, you don't feel like working, and so your boss can just slug you out until you go back to work.
Protect and serve.
There we go. Acknowledges your strength, heading back to GNN. That's what kind of leader I am, Andrew Docker. All right, let's what are we doing next? Why is this not cleared yet? All right, we're gonna just close. Yeah, see, that's all still screwed up. Bring over to books to Charles Baker, and it should be. Yeah, that's really funky. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Deserters are cleared. Cool. All right, back to the run. Do not punch the protect John. Yeah, I'm betting that he goes AWOL on me, or goes ape on me. I don't really need to find out how that goes. All right, back to the run. Can you make Charles Baker's Radiant quest move to Misk after recruitment set a main quest log? We could. It would just require more work than I'm probably going to do for that quest. So instead, the solution I came up with was add a new dialogue and just get rid of it. But yeah, as far as the discussion about ROTC, I mean, I think the only I've gotten lots of reports of bugs, but I'm not aware of what the specifics of them are. It does seem like, at least in Hangman's Alley right now, the HUD is claiming that
Welcome to the Ron's Information Emporium.
the city plan's supposed to have a lot more beds than it does. So that to me seems like a bug, because if the HUD is showing it's expecting more settlers than the settlement can build, then the city plan will never upgrade. So
any idea
that's something I look at for sure.
Looking for talent, are we? What kind of attributes you in the market for?
I'm looking for someone.
All right, try intelligence again.
Sorry, but the talent pool's running a tad dry lately. Try checking back in a few days.
All right, we'll try one of the other ones again.
A little knowledge can be a profitable
So
thing.
I know for a fact we haven't gotten everybody, but
any idea where I can find someone?
the fact that
talent, are we? What kind of attributes you in the market
he's
for?
showing a couple that are not responding to anything tells me that there's
strong.
Sorry?
Some that are either on the verge of unlocking or
back in a few days.
have unlocked, and there's definitely, his dialogue should not keep showing like that. Like, that's a bug for sure. I just haven't figured out what it is. But yeah, we're definitely not out, because I can think of 3 or 4 settlers off the top of my head that I recently have looked at for the sake of all the bug reports that I've been dealing with this last couple of weeks. I know there are more for us to get. We just got to be patient. So for now, let's get back to working on our power situation here. So let's go up to, let's see, Abernathy didn't get any. Oh yeah, let's do this. This way easier. Oberland 10, Sunshine 22. Did anybody else get any more settlers? Taffington, County Crossing. Okay, nobody yet. All right, we're going to go build more power in Sanctuary. That is going to be our headquarters for power transfer, now that we've took the time to fix our grid. All right. Okay, what's our situation here? So is this is our advanced, right? Let's see. Yep, advanced power plant. Okay. I don't think we have high tech unlocked yet. But we got more room back here. We can build some more power plants. And we should also build some more junk storage if we've acquired any more steel, or if we can find some laying around on the ground, since I did not stop at Hangman's and scrap weapons. Let's see. That looks like it's got some steel. There we go. Plenty of steel laying around. How about you, Flamingo? No, that makes sense. Plastic, not steel. Anything back here? More chip. Man, I love the speed of moving around with Workshop Plus. So good. Okay, let's do... Alright, we should have enough for at least one more storage unit now. Go ahead and build that. And sure, right here. Oop. Get that out of the way. Okay, down to 2. Yeah, gotta keep an eye. I'm gonna have to track steel for the first time ever in the history of me playing this game. Okay, let's build ourselves another municipal plot here. Put it right in the backyard. For our other power plant, we'll just have back-to-back coal plants here. Very healthy living area. Our sanitation score about to tank a little further. Alright, we should have plenty of wood for building because I just grabbed a bunch of trees. Where are our plot stairs? Nope, not foundations. Oh man, the steel shortage is real. Wait, why can't I build these? What's going on here? Why can't I build these? Are these broken? Extra wide. Can't build them. What's going on? Anybody seen that before? What was that all about? It even said I had... It looks like it said I could build one, but then I just couldn't build it. Alright, advanced power plant. Yes, please. Alright, let's try luck again on this. Yeah, that's so weird. Alright, well, you can have some baby stairs. And we'll put object snap back on. Oh, I wonder if it's because of surface snap. I wonder if it's appeared under the ground. Nope, it's just something funky with those stairs. I hope that's not a model issue and it's just a fluke. 1 steel. We're running real low now. Any more hidden things I can steal from you guys? I guess I need 30 to do anything useful, so no reason to really go after this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Speed backfiring on me. Alright, so now we're a little bit short on food and water. Alright, well we set up 10 pines to start to solve that problem. Oh, look at this. What is this building? Oh, this is a regular generator. Also nobody working it. So even more power we could potentially have right now. Which I think, if I remember correctly, we changed it so that the advanced always have more than the basic, even at level 3 versus, or level 1 versus level 3. So I could just upgrade that thing to a coal plant as well. We'll just go with the triple over here. And since no one's working it anyway, there's no reason not to. Advanced power plant. Watch this thing go boom because it makes me happy every time. Yes. So satisfying. Oh, were you working there? Building just collapsed on his head.
You're tied to this place, kid.
It's come farther than most places can boast.
Wait, what are you working?
That's something.
The power plant engineer hanging out in the hospital. She just can't get away. Alright, transfer. And then we're going to store all this junk before I forget again, since our weight is crazy bad right now. Alright, and let's check. Do you get... Oh, there we go. Here's a Mark 1 beacon I can take, so I can make use of that. Yeah, no caps. There's something funky with the commercial plots, because they have all of the stuff set up to give... or it might be... I wonder if it's something like I have so much stuff in my workbench that it's causing it not to produce anything. Like the vanilla code from the game is not producing anything. It could be that. Alright, let's do... What do I want to do here? No, I already tried donating. The problem is we don't have enough steel to put anything away. Oh yeah, I was gonna craft a salvage beacon, just so the next time I can kind of go ham on loot if I want. Tools. Nope, those are under sensors probably. Salvage beacon. We need steel. Oh, you bugger. All right, let's scrap that toolbox on the ground. That'll get us 2 steel. Perfect. Wait, what? You lack the requirements to create this item. What are you talking about? I have all the things. Why? What am I missing? I've got circuitry, I've got copper, I've got crystal, and I've got the steel. Maybe my steel's no good. I gotta get another piece from somewhere else. How about this wrench? Will you accept that as currency? Alright, let's try that again. There it goes. Yep, apparently I have a defective steel in my inventory. That's very weird. Okay, now we got a beacon. Okay, so now our biggest limiter here is we just need bodies. We need more people. So the best way to solve that, literally to just I guess we can go build some more recreational at some of these settlements that have terrible happiness. Foxfire, I noticed even the simple city plans sometimes show more beds than are available. Seems when they use F4 beds, they get duplicated, as the original is not scrapped first and then can't be scrapped. So the number that it's showing on the HUD is actually stored in the city plan record. And it's most likely something like, so that in order for it to do that, our online code has to analyze the city plan data and determine how many beds it should support, and it's likely that the formula I have in that software is incorrect for some of these, if these city plans are showing bad data everywhere. Because my assumption is what I ended up having to do for that is just like look for the term bed or residential, and it just counted those, and maybe that's not a safe way to do that counting. Alright, let's do some recreational here. Those are effectively freebies from the... it doesn't matter how many settlers I have. And I already started that, so I got one there. And... oh, we did build the Wasteland Theater. I was going to say, I think I talked about the last year. I was like, we need to build a Wasteland Theater. We already did. Alright, we're going to build another... these guys are really unhappy for some reason. I don't know what's going on here at Starlight that makes them hate life so much. Maybe it's their defense is so bad. We'll put another park over here in the corner. Not an appropriate place, but I don't care. There we go. Some relaxation. Okay, what else is going on with you guys? You've got plenty of houses, plenty of jobs. Okay, so these guys are one where we must have used a city plan, and we need to remove the city plan because we don't want to cap. Actually, let me check let's check the options and see if we're even capped by city plan currently. So we'll go to options, gameplay, not the advanced, local. All right, let's see here. Limit recruitment by, nope, I hit my maintenance cost. We want limit recruitment by city plan. We're going to turn that off. There we go. And then for extra measure, we're going to go ahead and just remove the city plan. Just clear the record. Okay, so now this place will be eligible. What is this right here? Commercial. Nope, we ain't got no time for commercial, guys. We are not ready for commercial. Let's switch you to a... no, that's not what I wanted. I want customized plot. Oh my god, I'm going too quick. Customize plot. Change plot type. And we want municipal. And what is this guy here? Another commercial. Yeah, we're getting our power situated. We'll come back and do commercial one day. That was it. I just noticed something I gotta check on. So it looked like the list of eligible plots I could change to was super small. Customize plot, change plot type. See, look, it's only 4 deep. What's going on there? Where's the recreational? Where's the residential? Alright, I gotta put that on my list. That's a weird issue. So customize plot. Change plot type. More for the notes. Missing options. Okay. We'll look into that. Like it's ringing a bell. Like I know I've been tinkering with some of the code that's involved with that for the some of the chapter 3 stuff. Oh, cool. We got another little Shakespeare show going on.
Been a simple task, but fear not. For I have personally procured and programmed robots who will take on the various supporting roles.
I think this is the exact same one I showed off last time.
For this next scene, I invite you to travel with.
Who's in your audience? We got
It's
Fangirl,
not much, but it's something.
random audience, and Fanboy. All right. All spawned audience. Alright, this thing's still building. Cool.
Huh?
You guys got a lot of more visitors than residents, it seems. That's probably a cap I should put in. Like you should have should always have less visitors than you do
My back
settlers.
hurts. My feet hurt. Everything hurts.
Alright, there's their entertainment. Okay, here's an upgrade we can make. This guy can switch to an advanced power plant.
Horatio, played by CV-37.
Horatio enters stage left.
The air bites shrewdly. It is very cold.
The temperature is current. Affirmative. It is a nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
My chronometer the hour at precisely
No, no, I don't want the time. Say the line. The line, you fool.
the line. The line.
Oh, we got a nice dad joke in
Like
there.
one of them synths.
The line, you fool.
Affirmative.
There it goes.
Influx of 12.
Alright, now just out of curiosity, I want to let this thing build and see. I'm curious what the power difference is between level 3. Oh, because that was level 3 of the base, and I think it didn't seem to have much power. Like an oddly low amount. Alright, where is our power switch? Municipal power switch, where are you hiding? I guess first up we follow the wires, because it's going to be somewhere wired up here. Right in the middle? Did I put it right next to the other thing? Nope. Oh, I bet it's up there. That feels like something our designers would do. Oh, mines. Oh yeah, I got the stealth perk, so the mines don't go off. Let's see. Do we have a? Nope, that's our recruitment beacon. Where is that thing hiding at? Well, if you guys ever run into this where you can't find your municipal power switch and you get tired of looking for it, you can always just build another one. It'll update to that one being the primary, and the other one will just kind of become unused, and that's okay. But I'm waiting for that building to build anyway. Nowhere? Alright, we're going to go ahead and build a new one because I don't know what happened to the other one. I vaguely remember seeing it here when we got here, and I just can't think of where I saw it. Well, that's alright. Alright, let's build another one. Okay. Oh, we can't. The great steel shortage. All right. What about you? How much? No, just wood. Anything here? Want to give me some steel? Yep. There we go. Yeah, like I think it's. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? I might be thinking of a different city plan design that it's like stuck right here. But we're gonna just stick it here. Okay, we gotta give that thing a second to catch up and realize what it's doing. Alright, what do you say? View details. Does this show us our power? Yeah, 85. Yeah, that's a nice upgrade from what the other one was doing. Wait a second, are you...
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Oh, she's already here. Okay,
We
this
need
is
to
our
keep an eye on the
Brothers.
Brotherhood. They will turn on us one day.
Alright, you go tell that to Charles Baker. Yeah, let's pop back in and see if our power updated. There we go. There's our 88. Ta-da. Okay, so now we should have a fair amount of extra here. We still have our defense problem, as we have everywhere. Just needs so much defense. And again, will be solved with bodies, which should start solving itself now that we've got some extra recreational. Okay, well, what's the next settlement on our list? We'll just make the rounds here. Sunshine, just looking great. Abernathy's good. Sanctuary's good. Zimonia, I think on the upswing. I mean, I feel like 70, I'm happy. I want it. There we go, 92. That's looking great. County Crossing, 100%. County Crossing, crushing it. Jamaica Plains, not doing bad. Somerville Place, okay. Hangman's doing all right. Oberland, doing great. Let's check on Oberland. I feel like we've been here and done some work before. I don't know why they're not recruiting more people. Maybe it's another situation with the city plan. I think I removed it though, but we'll go take another quick peek and make sure. Oscar Fry, can you gut the salvage beacon weight down by 25%? No, but you are welcome to release a mod that does so. That is one of the easiest mods you can make. Oh, I see a 6 settler over here. Hey.
Yeah.
I got something for you. Alright, 92 happiness. That feels good. What is our little city plan? Says 10 out of 10. Let's pop up here. Like, did I remember to remove your city plan? Yes, it does look like I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Remove city plan. Just clear the record. Let's make sure that that worked. Yes, it did. Okay. So now that should uncap. Yeah, I really need to go around and do that to all of these settlements because that will uncap their recruitment so that we can see more people. Abernathy, I think we must have gotten somebody recently because I could have sworn it was at 13 before. So let's go do the rounds over here. Get these guys uncapped. Actually, I have a simpler solution for this. Let's do. I think I changed this in patch 221. Where we can reset the global settings to, or the local settings to all match the global. Let's do that instead, because I'm curious. We can test if it'll work right now. So first, let's check the city planner's desk, which should be over here. Although this might be a leveled city plan, in which case I don't want to remove it. Let's see, view city details. Oh yeah, this is our ROTC. Okay, so we're not going to mess with this one. Let's go to the next one. We need to find ones that are not using ROTC plans. Those are the ones that are going to be potentially causing issues like that. Another thing we could start doing is messing around with sending the engineering team out on upgrade missions. I haven't played around with that yet in this save. Tammy Ryan, do you happen to have a quest item that is junk? I think I had that problem before. I don't think so. I think I'm good in that stage. Let me check my, because I just dumped all my junk. I got nothing. Junk is empty. Okay, where is our city planner's desk hiding here? Oh, everything's starting to update over there. That is a beautiful home you guys have here. Just a pile of crud in the corner. There it is. All right, what do we got going on here? Is this a city plan? No. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna set the setting anyway. So I need to do city manager holotape. All right, we're gonna go to options, gameplay. Now I can't remember where it is. City building. Oh, it's under recruitment. That's right. Recruitment. Limit recruitment set by city plan. We're going to turn that off. And now we would need to go to any of our settlements individually and turn it off for them. So, go here. We just took the city plan off there. Let's do Jamaica plan. There we go. Going on the full tour here. I'm sure I'm racking up quite the script data load. I don't recommend bouncing around quite as quickly as I am, unless periodically you save and check your save with fall room tools. But bouncing between your settlements this quickly, like only staying in a few seconds each one, is a good way to just queue up a whole lot of script work that the game has to deal with. View city details. Okay, this one's our OTC too. Okay, we're cool with that one. But we are gonna do more deserters. No. Gameplay. Recruit. Local settings. Here we go. Oh, I just remembered how to do what I want to do, so we can do that now. So what we actually want to change is in the holotape. This is what I was trying to show, and I couldn't remember what it was called. We're going to go to options, gameplay. What's going on here? Okay, options, gameplay. I know what it's called, but I can't think of where it is. I'm looking for the involvement setting. It's under city building. Involvement. Here we go. And we want to change this to match global. There we go. So what match global means is that all of the local settings in your city plan run settlements will be set to match the rest of your global options instead of having unique local. So by default in SS2 when you use the city plan, it puts that settlement on custom rules that you don't have to mess with stuff. Like the goal is to try and make it so that the player doesn't have to kind of get involved with most city plans by default with the involvement settings, but it does make it so that they are not operating on whatever your global settings are. So you might change an option and it wouldn't impact settlements with city plans unless you go change that involvement setting to match global, which is now what I've got. So we should be good, and from that perspective, so our settlements should start growing. Obviously we need more time, so I just need to keep fast traveling around and doing stuff. Keep working on our power, keep working on everything, but I think we're going to save that for next week. So for now, we're going to move into chat time. Just going to hang out, talk with you guys, answer your questions. I'm going to park myself in a settlement right now so we can watch all of our people wander around and do the thing. Oh, look at that. Abernathy up to 15 people. Yeah, it's starting to work. We're starting to see more settlers come into some of these settlements, which is freaking awesome. So let's go to our favorite place, Sunshine, with all of our all-star NPCs. We'll park ourselves there. So if you guys have questions, if you want to just chat, hang out, just make sure you do @KingGath in your messages, because I'm going to scroll back, chat a little bit, and see what I missed over the last 10-15 minutes, and then hopefully I'll catch up eventually here. And we'll go for hour and a half, just BSing. I can answer questions for you guys, so if you've got specific stuff about SS2 you want to know, whether it be existing mechanics or commentary on bugs you're having, or you want to try and get me to leak stuff about Chapter 3, we can do all that kind of thing. But first, we got to get ourselves a final end of night save, and we need to set up some visuals. Oh, I like the look of the Martian plot at night. It looks great. All right, let's do save LP day 32 end of session. If I could spell session. There we go, and then we'll go set game hour to 11. Fix the weather and set time scale to 0.5. 0.1. And then put ourselves away from anything too noisy. And TFC. There we go. Like everybody's like hovered around the transfer cell, the power transfer glow over there. Don't know what they're doing. Worshipping Adam, maybe. Maybe a cult has formed here under Hubert's watch. All right, let's scroll back up a little ways. I think I actually was doing a pretty good job keeping up most of the time there. Catrilla, sometimes when you have exactly the amount it required, it won't build. Yeah, that's what I just ran into. That's very strange. I have a theory that it might be something. Whoa, it might be something like, so in the game there are resources called components and junk, and there's one of each that had the exact same name. And sometimes if you end up with the wrong one in your inventory, it's basically useless. I don't remember which one it is. I think it's like if you end up with the component type, it ends up causing problems. What is going on over there? Who's fighting? Doesn't look like our people. Super mutant versus... Oh, no, it is a super mutant fighting us. Who's this? Oh, man. She went... Look at that. She just went crazy on him. I think that's Hollis Baker. Just ripped that super mutant to shreds. Charles Baker's just taking one in the chest. He's like, yeah, that's cool. I like super mutants. He's probably bugged out because I'm over here. All right, that's going to drive me nuts. Sorry, Super Mutant, you're going to get kill commanded here. Let's do KAH. So I ran it. So while playing Skyrim recently, I tried to use the KAH command and found out it doesn't exist in Skyrim, and instead they just have kill all, which also kills all friendly NPCs in the area. Very, very bad debugging commands in Skyrim, apparently. Must have been a tough game to build. Let's see here. Scrolling down, yep, answering all these. I'm out for you. Need more bodies and you're shipping them off to HQ. That is true. That is very true. I've been stripping my settlements, especially Sunshine and Sanctuary. I raided them pretty hard. There are actually 2 beds placed in the same location is what I'm saying. Yeah, I've seen that as well in some instances, but not all the time. So I think it's a case-by-case thing. Jeffrey Zacher, what are your thoughts on the UI for Starfield? With the research laboratory we saw in Starfield release, it looks like it will have a half-decent UI for complex interactions. Yeah, I mean, my hope is that they actually do like a proper UI framework with some hooks where we can actually inject our own stuff into it. Like the fact that we are able to do it at all in... Fallout, like we can inject HUD visual stuff, right? Like we can display information thanks to HUD framework, but that was only by a hack. Like the way that HUD framework works is really ridiculous. So in the base game, Bethesda put in a function for displaying Pip-Boys. You know how you can have, like when you get certain perks and it pops up a Pip-Boy. So they had to expose that. Well, Reg2K is a mod author who thought, well, what if I run a HUD file when it says that Vault Boy, and I just make it one that doesn't have an end. It doesn't have an end to its clip, so it just runs forever. And so his script runs that and basically like hijacks the HUD and then is able to inject things. But it's really janky, and it was only by luck that we happen to have somebody in the community that committed to figuring out how to get HUD stuff. And it's a non-interactive HUD. Like you can get interaction with hotkeys with F4SE, but not natively. So I'm hopeful that we get some sort of tools to do not only HUD visual display, but more interactivity that is customizable. Like right now you have interactivity in the game, right? You can we can set up like buttons you can push in the game as the character, but more access to like doing things with a hotkey or doing things with a button push or overriding more button pushes. Like that's what I'm hoping Bethesda gives us more of, or at least more interesting screens, like having to use the barter screen for everything or the message box pop-up is really irritating. So yeah, I'm hopeful that Starfield will improve upon that, because Starfield looks right up my alley. I mean, it looks like it's Mass Effect by Bethesda. Like that sounds like dream come true kind of game to me. I'm very, very excited to play some Starfield. So I can't imagine a world where I'm not modding that in the future, unless I get busy with something else. Like if I end up deciding that it is not insane to try and spin up my own game, or you know, if maybe by the Starfield moddability ends up getting ruined for some reason. I don't know. It's hard to say. My biggest fear with Starfield, as far as modding is concerned, is that we just don't get the mod tools for years, like we've seen with 76. I mean, 76, we talked about this a lot on this stream. 76 being a little bit different beast, because obviously multiplayer is a different thing, but it seems to be the incentives for giving out mod tools are low these days, since everyone's trying to nickel dime folks with microtransactions. But I get it. Like, I think we talked about this last week of, like, you know, the cost to produce small content is actually pretty high versus how many units they're actually going to move. I don't know what the solution is to that. Like, I don't know if the solution is just to try and bulk sell, because, like, you know, it's simple economics, right? Of like, if it costs you X amount of $1,000 to develop something, and you need to make that money back, and you know your daily player base, and you know what percentage of players are generally willing to purchase something, and you can kind of do the math and figure out how to make it profitable. So, like, I don't think necessarily that these companies are automatically gouging. I think they're probably data driven for most of their pricing, but that may be me just thinking too much like a programmer and giving people too much credit. That's how I would do the pricing. I would just be like, okay, if we've got, 10,000 average daily players, and we know that 10% of people are willing to buy stuff, and we just want to break even on this content, or make enough profit to where it's worth pursuing, and having the manpower on it, and then like price it accordingly. Because I have no problem with the existence of the stuff. I'm just a little nervous that business model has now made it so that it's not going to be in the best interest of the company to release modding tools anymore, right? Like, because then it's gonna chop into some amount of their sales for microtransaction content. But we'll see. Because Fallout 4 modding tools are incredible. Like, as much as I piss and moan about the HUD or the power grid thing, there's so much we can do in this game. This is why I've been modding it nonstop for like over 5 years. There's still so much cool stuff we can do. Mod under 42, you need some more training rec plots to get them upgrading settlers for HU. That's true. I haven't really done a lot of training. I started to like poke around at all of the settlers in Sanctuary because that's had the biggest pool of training plots, but I have been spending so little time, relatively speaking, focusing on my settlements versus how much you guys probably do when you're playing. Because I've just been trying to focus on quest stuff, because that was kind of the start of the stream. I was like, I wanted to show off all the different quests we did and everything. But we're kind of getting toward the end of like all the content in SS2. Like, I've got probably, I'm guessing I have 10 or 12 more characters that we can recruit via the RON. I just got to figure out what the conditions are to trigger them. So some of them are going to be things like I need to complete some vanilla quests, which is probably where a lot of them are stuck in there. I really want to know why the RON's dialogue system is still showing me 3 options but no settlers yet. I don't know if that's because they're already released in the wild, but he should charge you for that anyway. Something funky going on there. So my bet is that means I have at least 3 settlers available right now. I just got to figure out what is getting them stuck to the point where they're triggering the RON's dialogue to show up, but they're not coming up. And once we get the story content done, then I have to like make a decision of, am I going to go start doing streaming where all I do is tinker with settlements? I know like one of the things, like, there's another deep outside of story content. There's also just so much we can do in HQ, like building that whole place up, which I want to do. But I've been trying to I wanted to get Commonwealth Rising moving so I could show it to you guys. But I'm trying to do it legit. I'm trying not to just like console command cheat, and so that you guys can kind of get an idea how to approach it and everything. But training plots, what I'm getting at is and why I started down this road. Training plots are much like commercial. They're very expensive by design. They're kind of meant to be like a luxury item, like commercial plots. So if you're not focusing on your settlements a lot, they're pretty pricey to have. But I think one of the things that's holding me back with my save is my resources have been just jacked up for so long, because I had that weird bug with causing my organic materials to just be filling up all of my storage. I should probably download that mod that CBR Gamer made that lets you just throw away some resources just so that I can kind of fix this problem. But I imagine, like, over time it'll solve itself, right? As I spend enough organic materials. What I probably should do is just go get rid of all of my organic material producing buildings for now, or like unassign them just long enough until I can get that kind of sorted out, because the numbers are just crazy. It's like 60,000 organic, and then the next closest is just a few thousand. So I have all this storage, and I have this stupid steel problem. I am probably gonna just track steel. I need to just go use a workbench, track steel, and we'll just loot everything. Or I could just start doing that. I can just loot everything and assume that most things have steel available. Let's see. Scrolling down here. Whoa, chat jumped. Mod 142, is there a way to boost happiness morale in HQ to help your deserter problem? Yeah, I need to just assign more admin staff. The more admin staff you have, it just like naturally reduces the chance of deserter. So I need to do that. And I sent a few people with high charisma intending to do that. It's just every time I go there, I kind of just do what I've been just so hyper focused on engineering. I haven't been trying to solve my problems. That's actually why I tracked the deserter. I wanted to show it to you guys, but I also know that it acts as a nice reminder to myself of like, hey, you just, if it completely ignored the administration department, you need to do that. Oscar Fry, so this is just a silly idea for us as to, could you maybe add in radio advertisement from GNN for the ASAM systems with Jake, Lupe, and the other pro ASAM team? I would, a radio ad. So I don't know if we could inject radio ads into like Diamond City Radio. I don't know if that would be feasible in the way that I like to do things. Like if we edited the radio quest, we could, but the problem with that is as soon as you get into editing vanilla quests, then you lock out anybody else from doing the same, which I always hated when other mods do that. So like unless your mod is a focused overhaul of something, in which case it's a different story. But I think that's, for us, that's stepping on too many toes to start touching systems like that. That would be something cool to see. That's actually something Skyrim mods were better about than Fallout 4's. It must be a lot easier to inject dialogue into NPCs in Skyrim, because there's all sorts of mods that add dialogue into NPCs in Skyrim without breaking things. But in Fallout 4, if you start injecting dialogue into vanilla NPCs, it basically just overwrites other conversations. Like it's not, and maybe that's because of the dialogue wheel, that's like a limitation. Because with a list of dialogue, you can just add as many as you want. But with Fallout 4, if I go give a scene to Preston, then it'll break his companion dialogue wheel. And the same thing can be for the radio station. So it'd be cool if they could set up radio stations. This could be an improvement maybe they've made with Starfield. I think one of the things that was really exciting to me as a modder for seeing Starfield is in the videos when they were showing, not the trailers, but just like their development videos and stuff they've released, is there's a couple of screenshots where you can see them working in the creation kit, and like it looks so similar to the creation kit we have now. But just looking at the leaps they made from Skyrim to Fallout 4 and what's possible modding, they would have done that again, because it's been forever. It's been 6 or 7 years. Like their design team won't stand for the subpar tools that whole time. So it'd be really cool to see how many new tools we have. So maybe we'll get the ability for Fallout 5 one day to have radio stations that span multiple quests and can inject into each other. That'd be really cool. Not crazy. How about a memorial to Old Paul at HQ? That's a great idea. One of the things I started last week, and I haven't had a chance to get back to it this week. Any of you guys who've been waiting for me to finish the HQ tutorials, this week's been hectic for me. We had Labor Day here in the US on Monday, so I was out of town, and then yesterday my youngest kid, his daycare was closed, so I just spent the day with him, and then today it was just catching up on work. So I had not had a chance to touch any of it this week, but I think that's a great, not crazy, that's a great idea for for an add-on pack author to add to HQ. Now that I've slowly started putting out content on how you can mess with HQ, there's like 2.5 tutorials up right now. It's enough for people to start tinkering, but not enough for people to kind of go crazy with it. But my commitment has been to start spending a few hours a day, working on tutorials. Unfortunately, it's like every day I have to make the choice of like, am I going to work on patch today or am I going to work on tutorials? And so now that we've got so much of patch 222 ready to go, it's now a good time to be working on that as well, because I really want to see the add-on, see what the add-on authors can pull off with the HQ systems, because it's pretty deep. I'm especially excited to see if any team out there or individual is brave enough to create their own HQ from scratch, because it's a lot of work, but it could add a lot more interesting things you could do in your playthroughs. Jim Simon, would it be possible to get some sort of indicator on the HUD when scripts are running in the background in settlements? I mean, like, in theory, we could, like, do something like, you know, keep a running tab of how many scripts we're running in SS2, but doing it across the board, it would be pretty difficult to catch all different mods. Yeah, I don't know. That's something to think about a way to, like, let people know, like, what's going on. It's really hard to monitor something like that because there's so many different systems. I mean, in any given second in some settlements, I bet there's, you know, 30 scripts running, if not like actively doing something, because you got to figure every plot has a script on it and has to manage its own upgrade timers, and then it has to handle its placement of items and everything. There's just so many scripted things that you know, knowing when the script traffic is high it's kind of something that has to be done at the engine level. In fact, I'm certain that there are tools built into the EXE for monitoring that. We just don't have access to them. That would be something cool. That'd be awesome if, for, you know, Starfield and beyond, if Bethesda would give us the commands and like leave those built into the EXE to see the behind the scenes info. Like, though, you know, I don't know why they don't do that. Like, just give those tools to your players, because you know, it's not going to hurt anything, right? Like, you're not really protecting any proprietary information, because people, like, there's no, you know, it's and maybe this is old habits from the game industry, because there was a time where you would, you know, you come up with some new gameplay thing and it might be a while before your competitors could figure it out. That's not really the case anymore. Like, people can, there's no new clever thing you're really doing other than like stitching together gameplay mechanics, but you can kind of figure that out. So just expose the background tools. Let us see all the behind the scenes stuff, because we might be able to make some cool stuff for it, or put out a mod that makes your game better, or patch your engine or something. Be cool to see if they release out of the box with those with that kind of stuff available, because it would be really easy. And I'm sure, like I said, the devs at Bethesda, when they're testing their own system, they need to have some real-time monitoring tools to see how many scripts are running at any given time, and like, where do we need to tighten things up. It would be cool to have that available. There is a because I used this a lot when I was developing Workshop Framework. There's a system, there's a system, and it's not a system, it's a thing we do in programming called script profiling, or just profiling. And generally what you do is you monitor a series of events in your software, and see how long each thing is taking. And you can do that in Papyrus, which is the scripting engine in Fallout 4. So you can run a script profiler, monitor all the different things that are running for a period of time, and then sort them by like how many resources they're using, how long they're taking, and then you can find spots where you can optimize. And I did that a ton during Workshop Framework. That's how we're able to get the layout code to work so quickly, is because I just spent a lot of time playing with that tool to optimize. Unfortunately, it would be really cool if players could just turn that on, but you can't. You have to run a script to do it. And then, wouldn't be particularly useful for most of you if you're not a programmer to know what to look for, but you could definitely, with a script profiler, you could see big spikes with that. So, like, yeah, it could work from that perspective. I wonder if I could set up like a catch-all script profile thing that you could turn on and off in Workshop Framework or something. That's something to think about. So this is good. You got me thinking, Jim. I don't know if it's something I'm going to move on anytime soon, but it would be very interesting to see what kind of results you guys got from something like that if I gave you the ability to just turn on a script profile running, because like I said, it wouldn't be useful for most of you to actually look at the data, other than, you know, with a basic tutorial I could show you how to, like, I guess the downside, you would need to have, I don't think the script profiler thing comes baked into Fallout 4. I think you actually have to install that. I think that's part of the creation kit tools. So that would be a downside, is you have to download the creation kit too. Something to think about, though. Something to think about. Damian Ryan, so I had an issue with memory lane today, and I think the War in the Commonwealth mod caused the issue due to pulling the robot and Jake down the street. Does that sound like a likely issue? Yes, it does. We tried really hard to set up our quests to reset themselves, so where the NPCs will walk back to where they belong and restart their scenes, but it is hard to cover every possible combination. So, yeah, it is very likely that you might need to roll back to a save before you started all those conversations, kill all the random enemies in the area before you go engage with Jake, and then you might be able to pull it off. Skywise, they don't want some profit, they want all the profit. I'm guessing that was from back when I was talking about microtransactions and stuff. Nick Carter, did you find time to look at the unofficial patch changelog yet? The workshop parent script bug fix looks interesting. No, I have not. That's still on my list, but I haven't had a chance to go back. Let me do it right now, just because I'm curious. When did you see it? Actually, do you happen to have a link to it? Oh, I guess you guys can't post links because of stupid YouTube. Unofficial Fallout 4 patch. Because the only bug fix that I'm aware of with Workshop Parent, we actually have in our in the next update to Workshop Framework, which was I accidentally created an edit to the script. I'm sorry, to the quest record itself, which was not necessary. It was just me doing something idiotic by accident. Let's see. So I'm going to search for Workshop and see what comes up. So here, I'll let you guys. This is a page on the unofficial patch. They're really good about detailed documents about all the changes they make. Like, so here's their patch from July and all the different things they've touched. These guys are crazy. They're very, very committed. I like them. Despite I know they sometimes get a bad rap because of things, some of the attitudes, some of the people involved. And I know they had a real bad rap at one point for one of their patches bugged out a bunch of people's games, but that was not their fault. That was a change Bethesda made that caused one of their changes to end up being fatal to a lot of save files. That was ages ago. That was like back when Nuka World came out. Let's see. This has to do with the workshop border. So yeah, you can see the settlement workshop fixes, nothing regarding that. Let's see their previous patch, because it probably has been a while since I've looked at. So this was from May 22. So they did some DLC BOS attacks. That's not something that Workshop Framework covers. Yeah, more of those. Let's go down to... are we down to the next patch? 212, this would have been... Oh, wow. See, now we're all the way back. The next time Workshop is mentioned is back in 2020. So is it this right here? Workshop parent script fixed an issue that could result in workshop actors being counted twice for total population. Also on the script, assign actor to object function was slightly modified to make sure that supply lines get properly deleted if fresh and assigned to different work patches. Is this what you're talking about? Because this is really old. I'm certain I have this. All right. We'll let Nick respond to that. El Trulo S. Who was the first member of the Sim Settlement team after you? Let me think. Like of somebody who took a major role on the team, it would be Del Chupanabre, who does most of our sound effects in the mod. The first person who actually helped me at all with the mod, God, I can't even remember his username anymore. Shoot, I feel so bad about it. Let me check on the Nexus page, because I want to give him his credit. I don't even know if he's still modding. I doubt it. He was kind of bailing on the mod scene back then. He was excited about I had posted like a little video of some settlements when I was working on it on like the Nexus mod authors server at some point. And I think we got talking after that, and he helped me out. He's the guy who created the little basic explosions when you scrap the plots, like the ones from before we had now we have the full building ones, but in SS1 and prior to adding those full building explosions, we just had like, a little bit of wood pop up, and he was the first person who figured out how to make those custom explosion setups. I mean, I'm sure other people knew how to do it, but he was the first person who showed me how to do it, and then he built a few of them for us. Let's check the credits here. Pretty sure he was the first person. VG was the first person who I think contributed anything. And let's see. Yeah, looking at the old credits on SS1. Yeah, VG was the person who first gave me content. Then Dell joined up after that. And before that, the people who had helped me the most, the first two people who helped me the most were someone who goes by Vicioris. I don't know if he's still, I think he got banned at some point on Nexus. And then he's probably, or maybe I'm wrong. I shouldn't say that, because I know he was one of the types of people who didn't like being told what to do. So like when he would push back at Nexus rules. And I don't remember if he got banned or something, but anyway, he helped me a lot with testing and whatnot, and Demanding helped me a lot with testing, and Demanding is still our I want to say lead moderator, but I feel like XV has been kind of taking that role on later, handling most of the moderation duties. But Demanding has been there with alongside me since back before SS1 even released. But VG, I think, was the first person to contribute to the mod, and then the first person who like joined the team for regular content would have been Del Tupanadre. A little trip down memory lane there. All right, let me bring back up. Where'd the chat go? How did I lose it? Here we go. Damian Ryan, what about making your own radio station filled with recruitment and ASAM ads along with settlement news? Yeah, we've talked about doing a radio station many times around here. The constant refrain is DJ King Gath. But I'm very allergic to putting my voice in the game. It feels so awkward. Mostly because of immersion reasons. Like I don't want you guys to hear my voice in the game and then be pulled out of it, being like, oh man, did I leave YouTube running? But I've loved the idea, and I've tried several times to recruit a writer to handle it, and none of them has pulled through for whatever reasons. Like maybe it's just the project's too overwhelming. Maybe they decided they didn't like my vision for it. But I'll pitch it to you guys, and you tell me what you think. I want a DJ that is a alternative to Travis, somebody else you could listen to in the Commonwealth, that just like the other cool DJs in the Fallout games, like Three Dog or Mr. New Vegas or even Travis, of them commenting on the player's actions. But I want them to comment on all of the vanilla game stuff. I want not all of it, but like all the major events, all the major events in the DLC, all the major events from our quest lines. And then have, the typical music and advertisements and little skit shows. And I would even be fine with it, like reusing content from the base game. Like you haven't, use the same music from Diamond City Radio and add maybe just a little bit more. But the idea of just having another DJ that has a different personality, someone hopefully you can meet in the game somewhere, that comments on your progress. Because that to me, like still to this day, that was one of my favorite moments of Fallout 3, was hearing Three Dog talk about me and things I did. And I was like, oh, that's so awesome. Like there's people in the world that I've not met yet caring about what I'm doing. I love that. I think it's one of the best features of the Fallout games is the DJ commenting on things you've done. And I want that for more quests in the base game and more stuff, and the stuff in our quest line. Like we're doing... If you do something as the character that's big enough to impact people, it's a great way to show that the world cares without having to add tons of dialogue to every single NPC, right? Like you don't need to have every NPC in the game discussing major events that you've pulled off, because that would be very difficult to do. It would be awesome. It'd be really cool if all the random NPCs, the generic voice types. So a little background information with the way Creation Engine games work, and probably most games now with random NPCs, is they'll have like maybe 24 voice actors record the same sets of thousands of lines, and then that's how you can get kind of a lot of variety. So like all the settlers have the same set of line. Now in Fallout 4, I don't know, I say dozens, and it's a lot less than that. It's actually probably like 12 voices that have recorded almost every single line in the game for all the generic NPCs, and then it gets applied to them randomly. And having more of those, like that, having more of those cover events would be cool, and it wouldn't be that difficult. Like, you know, they should comment on things like the Brotherhood arriving or the Institute being blown up and stuff like that. These are big events that everybody's talking about. But in absence of that, having a DJ do it, I think, is the next best thing. Like, so that you know that the world noticed that you did something. And I want to see I want a radio mod that does that too, but covers more events. That's what I pitched to the multiple writers, and the two people that I pitched it to both seemed excited about it, and then it just never happened. It just didn't. They made no tangible progress on it. Oscar Fry, I don't mean adding soundtrack to DC radio station. I mean creating your own radio station at the Gunner Plaza turned ACM HQ. I gotcha. Yeah, I know our own radio station would be really cool. It's just like I think it'd be a lot of work, and it's not as to me it's not as important as all the other stuff we're trying to do. We got some really cool stuff coming in Chapter 3. A lot more really cool side content that I didn't anticipate. Like just the way it worked out for what people's schedules, what they were working on, and everything. There's like some really cool stuff coming. Damien Ryan, in regards to script UI stuff, what about having a ping script that gives you an idea what response time new script actions have at any given time being shown in the IO? The problem with that is like I don't know how you would do such a ping time. Like most scripts are done in microseconds, so like what script do you ping? And then some actions intentionally take longer, and the ping itself would add overhead. I don't know. I don't know how I approach something like that. I think that's outside of my expertise of visually displaying that kind of data. Like I think somebody who was a little better with that kind of stuff and knew Papyrus could probably think of a way to do this, but I can't think of any good way to display such a thing. Like I said, if I was tracking internally, like the best I can think to do would be like have some sort of counter that tracked internally any long-running scripts. But I think that would fluctuate so rapidly, that number, that the HUD couldn't possibly keep up to display it to you guys anyway, because the HUD itself is super limited by the script system. Jim Simon, always happy to get you thinking. I just seem to have crashes when I settlement hop too quickly, and there's several plots upgrading to level 3. I think the scripts stack and crash the game. So I actually don't think that would be the case. I don't think that the scripts would be crashing you. One of the big things I did between SS1 and SS2 was did an extreme amount of thread management. So the way Sim Settlements is set up is that pretty much any heavy operation uses a thread, and the threading is capped at 50 operations simultaneously, and the game can handle far more than that. So what I find almost every single crash is when people send me crash logs are either the power grid or a driver issue. So you get like this generic crash, and that tends to be just you need to downgrade your, like NVIDIA drivers are notorious for this a lot of times. Just random versions of NVIDIA drivers will just make games crash, and then you just need to find a different version for the game you're playing. So I highly recommend Buffout 4. And actually there's a new tool for Buffout 4. Let me find a link to it. Somebody released so if you've ever used Buffout 4, the logs are awful to read. But somebody released there's two different log scanners. Someone named Poet released a log scanner, but it was really not very user-friendly. It required you to install Python. It wasn't clear how to use it. But this one came out recently by Solarium 228, and this has a GUI and basically you launch that. So you use Buffout. Then after you get your crash, you launch this crash log scanner, and there's a button in it that's like, let me see the screenshot. It says like auto scan last Buffout log. And it'll open up a log file that basically tells you exactly what the issue is. It'll be like, you know, this texture crashed it, or like it's most likely this mod, you know, that caused your crash. Try these things if it detects anything obvious. So it gives you, you know, some mod authors to go talk to see if they can help you. And if it gives you, and it often tells you like exactly what to do. It's freaking awesome. I highly recommend that if you're dealing with crashes. Use Buffout 4 and use that crash log scanner, and you'll at least be pointed in the right direction. You'll have useful information to get help. So like even if it's not pointing to a specific mod, it's pointing to multiple, it narrows it down to a very few likely candidates, so that when you need to start posting for help, even here, like when we're in our chat when we're just talking and you want some help, you know, if you have 2 mods out of your 200 mod load order, it's a lot easier to try and find the problem than, you know, your whole load order. Nick Carter, it's in the Papyrus section. The one, and Nexus mods is newer for July 2022. That's it. The one I found is it. Okay. Yeah, so that's an old fix for sure. We definitely have that. So Hawaii, what is your favorite food? Hamburgers. No question. It is my favorite thing to eat. I would eat a burger every freaking day if I could. I could actually. I literally recently bought a quarter cow. My freezer has 200 pounds of beef in it right now. I could just make a hamburger every day. I mean, I would die young with a heart attack, but I would think that might be a good way to go. I got way into, if you've never had a smash burger, oh my god, are they good? Especially done with a good cast iron pan, where you get a nice caramelized crust on the beef. Oh, it's so good. The best place that I found like that you can get a smash burger like at a chain is Culver's. They do it, their burger style is smash. It's like real thin patty that like they cook the beef until it like crisps on the edges. I make a mean one of those. That's like go-to food group for me. Also, I'm totally fine with McDonald's once in a while. I think that's a childhood nostalgia thing. Like it was always like an exciting moment when the parents would take us to get Happy Meals, and I think there's something in my mind still just gets that same dopamine ping if somebody hands me a McDonald's cheeseburger, as simple as that is. Not comparing that to like to the smash burgers or anything else I'm talking about, but there's something about a burger just makes me happy. Nick Carter, my mistake. That one is old. Okay, that's all right. It's if anybody catches some interesting fix in the unofficial patch, that's like somebody forwarded me one. It has to do with Concord, and I think they did it on the GitHub, and I didn't opt to do that one because it involved messing with vanilla physical items. But with scripts, like if UFO 4P has a script change to a workshop framework script, I'm definitely interested in it. I was keeping up for a long time, but after workshop framework came out, the next like 4 patches after that, they still had a little bit, and then they just stopped. There was just like, I don't remember what year it was, but I think they just realized it was like, okay, well, it's silly for us to try and keep up with these scripts when King Gath has all our fixes and he's working on it, because it's just one less thing for them to have to deal with. My bet is at this point in the game, if they get information or if they find a bug in it, they'll probably contact me and tell me, hey, we think there's a bug here, you should take a look at it. Damien, honestly, the Ron sounds like a good choice. Character wasn't so busy for DJ. I agree. I think the Ron would be a really fun DJ character. I also think he'd be a good bartender character. But he's busy. He's busy running his information emporium. Neat idea. Sounds like a truckload of writing. Yeah, that's probably why so far nobody has taken up the mantle to completion. One of the people that almost took it on, but then they got sidetracked, was Super Weevil, who ended up writing Conqueror. Super Weevil at one point was interested in tackling the radio station, and he was working with somebody else. I don't remember who it was, and then things got derailed for. Then I think he got pulled into the Conqueror project, and then so he abandoned the radio stuff. I think it was the person. So it was like him. I might be misremembering this. And the person we had a voice actor in mind who was really excited about the idea too, and I think they were working together because that's the other thing is you want for something like a DJ, a lot of it is personality, and so some of that's going to be not necessarily just written. It'll be good to have the voice actor ad-libbing a little and really putting themselves into it. So at that was one of the attempts we tried to get the voice actor involved in it as well. So yeah, I don't know if it'll ever happen. I hope one day too, but we'll see. The power grid is a good possibility. I've had a handful of crashes when trying to do anything with repairing, deleting power lines, auto wiring, etc. Yeah, so when we were first investigating all the settlement crashing years ago, we called it the scrap crash because so many people would have it when they were scrapping things. They'd go to workshop mode, scrap something, and the game would crash. And so we got the nickname the scrap crash. And I think I made a video about it, posting about this like evil. It was like, if anybody knows anything about it, it was almost like it was before we had enough funding to do bounties back then. And I posted a big long rant video about it, and Reg2K, the person I talked about earlier who made HUD Framework, happened to catch the video, and he contacted me and said, tell me more about this, and I explained the whole thing to him, and he's pretty good with F4SE, and he was able to figure out that the scrap crash was actually the power grid crash. So it was really poorly named at the time, but that was the best. That was a reliable trigger we had for it. It was like, if you scrap something with this bad power grid, it crashes the game. What actually causes the crash, this is just interesting stuff to me, I don't know if you guys care about it, but the actual triggers it is when the grid tries to update and something in the grid is not a powered item. Like if an NPC ends up in there, or a I don't know, like a gun ends up in the power grid, because every item, like if you go into console and you click on something, like, let me bring up console. You know, when you click on things in console and it has this little ID number here, that's its object reference ID, and those are supposed to remain unique. Like in any instance of your game, when you load up, everything in the game has its own little ID number, and the power grid stores the ID numbers of all the things that are connected together. Excuse me, and eventually the game will reuse these numbers. So like if all these items get deleted, then this number gets freed, gets put back, and it can be used again. But the power grid doesn't clean up numbers correctly unless you scrap something in workshop mode. So if something gets deleted that was in the power grid and it doesn't get scrapped correctly, so like if we used a script to remove items, for example, then that item gets stuck in the power grid, and then if that number gets reassigned to some random object, and then anything causes the power grid to try to update, whether it be scrapping was being the most common, but it could also be like you flipped a switch or you ran a wire, anything you did that would cause the power grid to reevaluate itself. If there was some item that had an ID in the grid that wasn't a powerable object, it crashes the game. And so we have a bunch of fixes for it, but none of them prevent it. They're all just like active fixes you can run. That's part of why, like, the Workshop Framework power tools, one of the things I do is have an automatic running fix, but a lot of people turned it off because it can cause its own issues. So Jim, I don't know if you have this option enabled in Workshop Framework. It's supposed to be enabled by default, but there were some patches where I disabled it for a while because I was getting so many tools of it causing other issues that I decided it was like, all right, this should be a manual thing. Then I fixed some of those issues, but again, depending on when you installed Workshop Framework, when your save started, it might not be on by default, but it's this Power Grid Auto Repair and Power Grid Auto Destroy in Workshop Framework. If you have these on, it's probably not your Power Grid. It still could be. There's some windows of time before this auto repair could even run, especially, you were talking about scripts and stuff, and script load, is that it could be that the auto repair isn't even getting an opportunity to run. But if you do determine with buff out that the game is crashing because of power, you can use I think I have a tool in here. Let me check oops, can't use my thing because I'm in TFC mode. In Workshop Framework, you should be able to manually force a repair to where you can get kind of close to the settlement and run a repair. Let's see, under tools. Yeah, right here. So if you can get in the settlement without it crashing, then you can run this tool under Workshop Framework to repair the power grid. That might prevent it. We also have, if you make the Workshop Framework holotape, you can make that at a chem bench. And there are settlement recovery tools in the holotape where you can just get close to the settlement that's crashing your game and run that, and then you can try and repair the power grid remotely. That might save you too, to try and save your save. Which gets me thinking, if we choose faux power for a settlement, would it be possible to have the plots show that they have power? I believe that they still show the no power icon. The faux power is in a weird state. It's one of those things I'm going to go revisit at some point. I mean, it should show itself powered, but I think faux power has two issues. I think one is that if the plot upgrades and the new power requirements are different than they were, so for example, most plots require more power as they level up, I think faux power doesn't work well with that. Like, then as soon as it upgrades, the faux power quits working. We have the faux power option on the settlement wide you can set with Workshop Framework. I would like to just set that up so that it's permanent, so that it's not permanent in the sense you can't turn it off, but permanent in the sense that once you set that option, then anything future you build should also get the faux power applied to it. That way you can kind of have a settlement that just doesn't have a grid. I think that'd be really cool. That was a suggestion made that I haven't had time to implement, but I would like to. Damien Ryan, have you done any special rules in sim settlements for the virtual settlements from the Creation Club? I think... Oh, and then you said, I think I remember at one point trying to use the logistics station to take stuff out. As far as I know, the only special... Yeah, I don't remember if we have special rules for that. Like, I think you can use some settlements in it. I don't think it stops you. Like, I know there's definitely a lot of code I have set up where it's like, check for the virtual settlement keyword and don't allow stuff to happen. So there's definitely a lot of code to prevent some things from happening. I just couldn't tell you what. It's one of those things I've not really played with much, so I don't have a lot of experience with it. And with Creation Club stuff, I treat it a lot like I treat other mods, which is I will try not to break them, but I don't have a lot of time to integrate with them. So I'd rather spend the limited time I have focusing on fixes and improvements that can benefit pretty much everybody over just a small percentage of players. Occasionally I break that rule. Like, you know, we've got a few things for F4SC users, and we've got a lot of stuff for PC only now, but as much as possible, I'm trying to spend my time on that. There are probably, I'm sure we'll, over the life of Sim Settlements, over the next however many years, I'm sure eventually we'll start putting in stuff to integrate better with other mods and stuff, because, you know, looking at as the further time goes on, the less people are making content for these games, and so then making the experience better for players involves kind of tying into all the stuff that exists already. So then, like, that'd be an avenue for patches and whatnot. But it's hard. It's really hard to predict that, because eventually some other game's going to get its claws in me, and then that's what I'm going to want to be using the majority of my time for. So, but I'm always open to giving permission out for other people to make patches like that. So, like, if somebody wanted to start patching to make the virtual settlements from Creation Club work better with SS2, I'd be down for that. I think especially eventually I will release all of the source for SS1 and 2 publicly. Right now it's kept under wraps just because I put too much stuff related to future patches and story stuff that I don't want to openly have out there, and I don't want people to try and release patches with scripts that I'm still working on. Like, I'd rather that'll be something I do after I'm like, okay, I'm all done with this, so now everybody can see the full scripts, they can see all my notes, they can learn from it, they can see where I screwed up, and maybe put out patches and stuff. But while I'm actively patching and stuff, it seems like it would be counterproductive to put that information out there. So, long way of me saying there are special rules for the Creation Club stuff, but not enough that I could answer you about them. I specifically remember it, and then I think long term it'll require somebody to do some patches to make it work how you'd want it to. Geo Comics, wait, guns can end up in the power grid? Anything can end up in the power grid. It's just like everything gets assigned an ID, and if something in the power grid got deleted incorrectly, to the point where its ID got left in the power grid, then eventually that ID will get reused, and if it gets reused for the wrong type of thing, then it creates the power grid corruption. It's all Ogre now. The WRVR radio station is hardly touched in vanilla FO4 and would make an excellent station. Even better, the girl who did the great WRVR mod seems to be interested in updating her work. I don't think I've messed with it. What is WRVR? Let me look that up. WRVR radio. Fallout 4. I should probably add Fallout 4 because WRVR, it looks to be a real radio station. Nexus mods. It looks like the mod was last updated in 2016, so I don't think they are still working on it. It would be my assumption. Skywise, have you ever listened to the WRV mod talking about that again? No, I have not. I have not listened to it, but it looks like it is, whatever's there is there, and that we're not getting any more from it. Okay, Jim Simon, I'll have to double check the settings. Is it better to run the power tools from the holotape versus the workbench? The reason that they're in the holotape is in case you can't get in the settlement without it crashing. So, because you can actually run those remotely. Otherwise, I would just run. If you can get in the settlement, it doesn't crash, I would just run them from the workbench. That's fine. Nick Carter, how are you doing on Skyrim? Very slow. I've been trying to play through the Dragonborn DLC because I never played it somehow. I think I always would get. I would play through my playthrough. I would play through like most of the main quest. The quest lines I tend to always do are the Thieves Guild I love, Dark Brotherhood, and pretty much I like all of them. The Companions is really the only one I don't. I don't love the Mage one. I think it's like really weirdly done where they just like you just show up and you pretty much immediately set on a path to lead it, which I think is really bizarre. I saw a mod somebody released recently that's like makes you actually go through and learn stuff first. You actually have to like do some basic schools and learn some of the early spells, which makes a lot more sense. But the Dark Brotherhood and Thieves Guild quest lines I always like, and I always like doing the I can't remember the name of it, the vampire one, because Serena is such a great character. And then I never make it to Dragonborn, I think. And then I think somewhere along the line, I think I'm always like, all right, well, I'll do Dragonborn after I finish the main quest of Skyrim. And then I never finish the main quest of Skyrim in most of my playthroughs because I'm either getting sidetracked by mod added content or whatever. So I've just never got around to playing Dragonborn. And I've been trying to, I would say I've cleared about half the island so far. In my current playthrough, I'm like maybe level 30 or something. So my Skyrim playthrough is going mediocre. Just don't have time. I have so much stuff going on. That finding time to game is exceedingly rare. What I have gotten into gaming wise lately, I've been playing a lot of Settlers of Catan because my 5-year-old is like a prodigy at it. I just on a whim I was like, I think he could handle Settlers of Catan, and we taught it to him like a week ago, and he is now matched me 2 for 2 on games. My wife has 0 victories in our little 3-person games. So she's probably going to stop playing soon because she's going to be tired of getting legitimately beaten by a 5-year-old at Catan. But that has been where my game time's going. I've also been playing, speaking of family gaming time, I started playing Untitled Goose Game with my son simultaneous. That is so much fun. Just running around harassing people with a goose. So fun. So more of my gaming time has been with family gaming as opposed to solo. So Skyrim's had to take a back seat. Damien Ryan, any additional settlement mods you would recommend? I mean, like the expanded borders, I think are cool. I don't think there's any issues with them. Like, in fact, I think I think Nihur's is the one that covers them all, and that one actually solves some vanilla bugs. So like if you look on my screen right over, let me bring up the console because then I have my little mouse connect as like a laser pointer. So this little section over here where I'm kind of circling with my cursor of Sunshine, this is an example of a problem that's actually in several settlements. The location record is not flagged correctly as part of the settlement. It's like this one cell right here. And so it ends up causing like a lot of weird issues. Like some items won't work correctly if built there. Occasionally you'll get the, like you're outside of the workshop mode zone, even though you're clearly inside of it. A lot of weird issues happen over here. And the expanded settlement mod happens to fix that for most of the settlements because it just kind of pushes the border to past the edges. And I think he used cell edges to determine where to put it. So then all of the cells that he added to expand the border end up getting correctly tagged. So that's a pretty cool settlement mod. Let me think. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of my last playthrough where I used a ton of mods in Fallout 4 I don't think most of them were settlement based. I think, it was Workshop Framework, Workshop Plus, some settlements, and then a lot of add-on packs. Like obviously some settlements add-on packs. There's tons of those to choose from. But I don't remember playing with a lot of other settlement mods because I think my intention in my playthroughs in the past, and actually what I did do is I always released the designs I was doing as city plans or layouts. And then so I didn't want to have a bunch of extra baggage on there, like mod requirements for people, because that is one of the reasons I think so many transfer settlements blueprints have so few downloads is because they often have just these massive load order requirements. And it's like people don't want to have to download all these obscure mods to get one settlement set up correctly. Like it's too much work to download all the mods. Not that anybody has any problem with the random mods, other than it's just a bunch of extra work, bunch of extra clicks, bunch of extra setup, bunch of extra potential conflicts. And so I think that's where my mind goes when I'm doing settlement stuff. So to me, it's like grab Workshop Framework because you need it for some settlements, and because I think it's general improvement, especially after this next patch when we finally fix the recruitment bug. And then Place Everywhere, obviously, gotta have that. Place Everywhere is probably probably the #1 mod. Like Place Everywhere, if you're playing in settlements, it just lets you do so many more things that make it more usable. Like, I mean, most of my settlements I could not have built without it, just because being able to sink stuff into the ground is so important. And like, what do you call them? Interior plots are almost unusable without Place Everywhere. Doyd Barrett, hey King Geth, I have a question. How do I find settlers that quit GNN? Because I've tried everything. So they don't actually quit GNN. They just leave temporarily until your admin department fetches them. So but I will show you. I will take you. So I have it tracked right now. It's disaster desertion. But I'll show you where to do it. Let me pop into GNN and I can show you. This is why I keep the game running. Well, also because it's better than staring at my desktop screen or some code. Wait. But there is if you go to the department head desks, you can track any of the disasters. So, but you may not know where the department head desks are. It's one of those things that we actually have on the, I've had conversations with Sir Rick, our head writer, about writing up some more little tutorial snippets for HQ where it's like characters talking about stuff, where we could kind of point players in the direction of certain things. And one of the things that's come up that we don't really address ever, we just figure you'll stumble upon it eventually, is the department desks. But the easiest ones to find there are 2 in the Comare room and 2 in the meeting room, and then there is 1 in Mansfield's office. And then another one gets built in the medic lab. Excuse me, but you see this little desk over here? If you click on Manage here and you go to Help Department, you get a list of the different disasters that can occur, and you can cycle through them, and you can choose Track Disasters. So if you go through and find deserters and hit Track, it will pop up a quest thing like I've got, and every time it will show you where they all are, and then anytime someone new deserts, it'll pop up and remind you that you have somebody to track down. Everybody gonna use the elevator?
Can you clean this place up at least a little bit, boss?
Hey, Popsicle. You're doing good work here.
I'm curious. I wanna chase her. I wanna see if she went down to the lower floor, or if she went to the basement. I'm really curious all of a sudden. All right, we gotta turn off PRID, TLC, oops, TCL.
Second floor.
Did you go downstairs here? No, she opted to go to the basement. That's awesome. It's so, I don't understand how the AI works in this game at all. I'm actually curious, the fact that we were able to get them to use the elevator, I wonder if
going down.
We could use that same theory to get them to use ladders. That would be really cool. I saw Juicehead did a video on Niher's ladder mod, and he in the video said the NPCs use the ladders, and I forgot to ask Niher if that's true or not. Let's see if we can find where Lily just went to. Did she go? Which floor did she go to? Dawn Guard. Thank you, Jason. I don't know why I always forget. Yep, she went to the office level. Cool. I always forget the name of the Vampire DLC. Dawn Guard. All right, where are all you going?
Hello.
You guys just coming to wander, or did I build rooms down here? Actually, what time is it? Is it nighttime? No, it's in the morning.
I hear Magnolia is as beautiful as ever.
Although we're actually getting, so I don't know, this is something you guys, some of you may not have noticed about this, but we actually have shifts in HQ. So after you get a certain number of people, like I think after you get 30 people maybe, it splits the staff into shifts so that there's always people working the different areas, and there's always people sleeping using their rooms, and it's into 3 8-hour shifts. So it could be that for these folks, they're on second shift, so they've got this is their bedtime right now. They might have been walking to their assigned quarters. And Lily can't find her way.
Anything I can help with?
Yeah, nope. I think so. Let's see if anybody went in the basement while we're dinking around in here. All right, back to chat. I got distracted because I just had on a whim thought, like, I wonder where they're going in the elevator when you hear the little dinging. John Ray Sergio, how involved are you programming wise with the mod? For SS2, I pretty much do 98% of the programming. For the base of HQ, like the core of the HQ code, that was all done done by one other person who goes by Baron online. And other people help me with code all the time, like CBR Gamer has been helping me a lot with debugging and fixing the resource code. Prod does most of the coding for our Xedit scripts, which we use for a lot of automation and add-on development. But the core Papyrus code in the mod is mostly me. So, did you see the new F4NV update? Screenshot looked pretty good. No, what is the new update? Is that a new... Are you talking about a new mod or something? There's no way Bethesda's releasing new updates to New Vegas. Oh, F4 New Vegas. I'm sorry. I was just thinking New Vegas. I was like, no, nobody's doing updates to New Vegas. No, F4 NV, I did not see any updates. Did they put out a new trailer or something, or just like an update video? Or update screenshots? I have not seen anything. That's one of the projects I don't really follow. The only one I've been following of late that seems to be doing much is London. The others, like Miami and Cascadia, I haven't heard a peep out of them in a while. I mean, like Miami did they released a little trailer thing. When was it? I think it was right around. It was just before maybe the big London thing came out.
Protect and serve.
Yeah, I haven't heard much from any of those teams.
There's trouble in the air.
Oscar Fry, you should make a kid-friendly mod for us too, so your son to play it, like turn all the guns to Nerf blasters, paintball guns, censor all the bad words. Yeah, I mean I can definitely see how like developers or creative people end up changing their content. Like, you know, everybody got mad at George Lucas for you know, Ewoks and Jar Jar and everything, and it's probably the time he probably had kids around then, so it was like I get it. Like, I get it. I definitely feel the urge to be like, I want to entertain my kids more. So yeah, it definitely has crossed my mind of how can I let my kids see Fallout, and I just can't. I can't imagine. Yeah, it would have to be a pretty big overhaul. Get rid of all the exploding bodies. Switch to Nerf blasters. I actually don't even care about guns that much, as long as it's just I don't need to show the blood and gore. But I would rather, if it's going to be real guns, I'd rather it show the death and carnage, so he understands that, like, hey, guns aren't toys. So yeah, in that case, then you do want it to be Nerf blasters. But then if the person falls down, yeah, I would rather yeah, that would make more sense. If they're falling down dead, eyes closed, from a Nerf blaster, the worst case scenario, he starts to think that, oh, maybe I shouldn't shoot my brother with a Nerf gun in the face because it might kill him. Which is, I'd rather have him overcorrect than the undercorrection of, oh, guns are funny. So yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm actually surprised that more games don't just have that as an option, but I think it's just a bunch of extra work for them for minimal payoff when there's plenty of other, you know, there's other games where you can, you know, fake shoot, like Roblox has a bunch of little game modes in there where you can use guns. And I mean, basically Fortnite is a kid-friendly shooter game. So yeah, plenty of other stuff you can play. I'm sure at some point, when, like, he's already asked about it of, can he make a game? And so, like, at some point, I'll get into, like, starting to teach him how to do it. He's still at the young enough age where he doesn't really even know how to use a computer. He just doesn't, there's no points in his life where he's sitting down with a mouse and keyboard. It's just not a thing. So there's so much stuff I can't do. He can barely, like, he can read, like, little kid books. He can't really read, you know, all the instructions on the screen. Like, I started playing around with, there's a Game Maker's Garage or something like that on Nintendo Switch, which is to, like, teach you game development using nodes, which is like what a lot of systems use now. Like, that's like Unreal Engine has a node system for doing a lot of game dev. So I thought, and it's like a fun way to introduce it. And I went through the free demo version, and it's just like, my son's just not ready for this yet. Like, you can tell, but like, so if he's not ready for that, he's not ready to do Unity or anything like that. But yeah, I think at some point, I think I'll be more likely than to make a mod to let him play. I'll be more likely to, like, work on a game with him so he can get involved in the creative process and get excited about it. Cause, like, you know, I would love him to be I joke around with my wife all the time that I would rather my kids be plumbers than creatives, because I don't want them to be broke. And I don't want to have to support them their whole lives. You know, I would like them when they're adults to be self-sufficient. But like, you know, being a creative, being excited about creation and being a programmer or something like that, you know, having some sort of useful skill is plenty valuable. It's the folks who chase the crazy dream careers, and no offense to anybody who's chasing this career, but you know, trying to be like, if your goal is to be like a movie star or a Hollywood director or a millionaire author, you know, it's a pretty small pool of those. There's not a lot of those jobs available in the world, so I would like to avoid my kids wanting to do that. But I think learning how to make video games, you learn a lot of useful skills that other people would value anyway. So back to your question again. Did I mention that I like to just ramble off on things that are unrelated to your questions? All right, let's see here. It's all over now. In regards to WRVR, the author still posts as of late July this year. She can't find her old source files and wants to do more VA work, according to her post statements. Interesting. Boyd Barrett, thank you, Gath, and everyone else in chat. Damian Ryan, the mod that makes clone settlers with the synth machine. Wonder if that could be used for the HQ for easy mode. I actually thought that was... So one of the inspirations behind the incredibly deep code system that Baron put together for HQ was to make sure that it was capable of allowing add-on authors to create situations where the players could do anything they want. Mod authors could, or add-on authors could provide the methods to do so. And the whole system of HQ was to be able to do it in a way where it would make sense immersively to get to a point where you as the player were able to create your own institute. That was like part of our, like a lot of that came up in our discussions, that we want to be able to create a system where the player could create anything from wasteland garbage to brotherhood to like pre-war level to all the way up to institute level of a faction within the HQ system. And so stuff like that, I think there's definitely a road to get there. I would just like to see, you know, if somebody wanted to introduce like the Institute cloning machine in the middle of this GNN center area, if that was going to be an add-on, that they would force the player to go do a bunch of research first. Like you got to go do a bunch of little quests, or, you know, do a bunch of science projects to slowly get your way there, so that it feels like an earned unlock. Like that to me, I think is the most important element of giving the player crazy, fantastic powers and things, is you gotta make them feel like they earned it, like they went through a lot of steps to get there. Otherwise, it'll just feel unimmersive. But if you make the player work for it, then suddenly, like, things that might have seemed kind of silly on the surface will just suddenly be like, oh yeah, that's totally legit. We went through all the process of getting our way there. We, you know, did all these research projects, and we went to the Institute and stole documents from them, and we recruited scientists with a lot of intelligence. And then it'll feel okay to eventually have a synth cloning machine in your thing. But mods that just add the ability to go workshop place that synth machine, those to me are like, no, that doesn't work for me. But if I got that by unlocking it, by doing all the work, then I would feel okay with it. Mod Hunter 42, how many hours a day does Mala work in HQ? She probably is set up to use the same 8-hour shifts that everybody else is, because I haven't done a lot of, like, the AI. I'm not 100% happy with the AI in HQ yet. There's still more I want to do. Like, you know, we're seeing some pretty good stuff today. Like, while we're watching, like, we see people using the elevator. You can see that, like, Cassandra's in her lab. Like, so we're getting... you know, we're getting pretty good performance here, but I think I can do better. Like one of the goals, another goal of HQ, was to have an isolated location where we could do complex quest stuff, and we could have full control over the AI. So we're not reliant on the vanilla workshop AI packages, which are a little bit janky. But even here, we've got a lot of people standing around. This person's just standing there. Teresa's just stuck on the stairs. Whoever that is up there is stuck. Like, so there's some work I want to do. And stuff like having robots work 24/7 would make sense. Now, we don't actually tie any production or anything into the schedules, so you still get the work energy even if people are sleeping. So that's literally just a flavor thing. I kind of disconnected the mechanics from the immersiveness of it, like, because I don't trust the AI in Bethesda games. Like, I don't put anything in their hands. It's saying, like, I've had this. That's how I've developed mods since the beginning for Creation Engine. So, like, even salvage beacons. It's all smoke and mirrors. Like the NPCs actually walking to your destination and everything, you know, it all does its thing, but the actual package delivery is based on timers, because I just don't trust the AI to ever actually reach your destination. So it's the same idea with HQ, is I don't trust any of these NPCs are going to do what I want them to. So all of the actual gameplay mechanics are totally disconnected from their AI packages. Like, it doesn't actually matter if they're working or sleeping, they can still do the job. So all of them are technically working 24 hours a day, because I don't trust AI. Choo-choo one, obligatory nukes when. See, the nukes conversation, that leads in, that's the same type of thing as the Institute stuff we're talking about, of you gotta earn it. Like, that's a cool ability, but, you know, I think, you know, even in 76, for those of you guys who have had the pleasure of launching a nuke, like, if you just got to, you know, walk out of the starting zone and go push a button and launch a nuke, the nuke wouldn't feel that cool. But the fact that you gotta, like, really jump through a lot of hoops, usually involve teammates to pull it off, it feels really, really satisfying. And like you earned it, like you earned the ability to drop that thing. But as far as your nukes when question, the when, I don't have an answer yet. Right now, focus for me is get all the bugs fixed in SS2 and Chapter 2, hopefully before Chapter 3 comes out, and get all of the Chapter 3 systems all rigged up. I'm making really good progress on that. Earlier today, I got the level up system working correctly to where your soldiers can rank up and upgrade their gear based on armory settings, and so that feels really good. But then I will, after I get all that stuff worked out, then I can start working on cool stuff. Because anything like, you know, the nukes thing will not be part of our story. Like, that'll be like something, if we do it, it'll be unlocked after you finish the story, because otherwise it's an easy solution. Like, it's like, well, you know, it'll be like the gunners, where there's smoke happens, and then Jake just says, well, why don't we build that nuclear launch silo plot we can build and just send one over to GNN. Boom, story over. So we can't do that. Geo Comics, COD Advanced Warfare had a paintball option in settings. Yeah, that's awesome. I think adding such a thing to Fallout 4 would be tough, because it's not just the guns that are too much for a small kid to be dealing with. I think there's a lot of the dialogue, and I mean, there's also a lot of reading. I think even if you still got to be able to read your dialogue. So I guess you could tell a kid to just go spam anytime you get in a dialogue conversation, just hit A. And I guess they can handle that, because that's always the positive thing. But yeah, there's more to it as far as letting kids play, I think. Guardian MF, will Chapter 3 introduce content that can be experienced from the start, like Chapter 2 did with new factions and Conquered? I don't believe so, other than little polish bits that are getting put back in. Like, I know Niher and Kobus were plotting out some new animations to pepper back into earlier parts of the quest line. And like, we've got, we're working on some dialogue additions to various characters, and like there's some dialogue for a lot of our existing NPCs. Like Jake has a ton of dialogue that is, the files are, you guys have the files right now, but they're not conditioned correctly, so you never hear them. So some of the stuff like that will get added in, but yeah, we don't have any backfilling planned right now. It's all stuff at the tacked on to the end. We are going to have a lot of shortcuts though available. So like we have the quest skipping, but we'll also have I hope for launch. I can't say for certain, just because right now we're just not far enough along to make the call. But we want to have a system to allow players to kind of automate HQ to where they don't have to go through the many hour. I mean, like, look, how many days have we been in HQ on my playthrough? I mean, obviously we're focused on other stuff. We're getting settlers and stuff, but we're doing that all for the end game goal of we want to send all those people to HQ. You know, just dozens and dozens of hours of gameplay in HQ. We don't want people to have to, like, I'm happy that if people want to play at that pace, but I don't want to derail the story and force people to be like, spend every playthrough 30 hours in HQ before they can move on to Chapter 3. Like, that would just feel really bad, and then no one would play Chapter 3 beyond their first playthrough. So we're going to add some shortcut methods to get through it. So your playthrough can be definitely different. There's a new mechanic coming in with the 3.0 patch that will be backfilled, and you'll be able to access it immediately. We've talked about it before on the stream, so I'm not going to hide it, is that we have a marketplace system for trading resources. So you can more quickly get the resources you need without having to balance a complex network. If you don't want to, you can just throw caps at the problem. So that'll let people kind of get up and running a little quicker. So we're changing. There'll be definitely a lot of gameplay changes that occur in the early game, but as far as new quest content with objectives and stuff, I wouldn't anticipate much, no. I'm going to get out of here and head back to my settlement now that we're done showing off stuff in HQ before I get distracted and start trying to play. I like keep fitting the temptation to pop into command mode and run some commands. Mod Hunter 42, how about a rain sensor that provides 1 power when it's raining? Isn't there a mod that does that? Or I think there's a mod that adds a rain sensor or something that's it's in the on state. It's like a fancy weather switch. I think I've seen that. I remember there were a lot of interesting like power mods and stuff that I think kind of got abandoned because the game is so unreliable with various things that a lot of those folks who were doing those systems mods just kind of gave up on it, which is fair. Kyle Harris, something cool to see with HQ would be have the Minutemen help you protect GNN. That's something they would be interested in, their whole motto and everything. Yeah, and so some of that you'll kind of have the possibility to do in, you kind of have it already a little bit because there are some Minutemen that end up as settlers. You could transfer them to HQ. You could assign them to the security department and then put them on patrol routes, or assigning them to just having them in security and building some of the security stuff outside of GNN. So you could kind of have that yourself already. And then we'll have some new gameplay functionality with 3.0 related to the soldier mechanics, where you'll be able to pull that off. Trying to think how that'll end up working. So for some of it, so out of the box, the way we're ended up doing soldier mechanics is a lot of it's tied heavily into how our story plays out, but all of the gameplay systems, if any of you guys played Conqueror, you're familiar with the faction packs. We're changing the way the faction pack system works in Conqueror to be much more intensive on the individual creators. So one of the problems with the faction pack system and why we didn't see a lot of like fully fleshed out faction packs is because it put so much work requirement on each developer. Like it wasn't like you could just do a little bit of work. You couldn't, like with add-on packs for SS2 or SS1, you could just put out a couple of building plans, and that was a totally useful useful add-on pack to every player. It added some variety, but with faction packs, you had to like put in a ton of effort. Even for a tiny faction, and so not a lot of people did that. So instead, with Chapter 3, we're setting it up so that people can inject small content. Like maybe they want to inject, a certain soldier type, or a certain what we call loadout, which would just be like the gear and special abilities an NPC gets. Or you could just inject, flags we already obviously have, but you'll be able to inject like individual pieces that make up the faction pack, and then players can choose and customize themselves. So somebody could release a faction pack that's just like, here's a bunch of Minutemen unit types, and then you could set those up as your soldier mechanics, and then you'd be able to send those to HQ or to patrol to HQ. There was a patrol system that we had in Conqueror that's coming back, where you can basically set up patrols of any of your soldier units between any 2 points. So you basically like pick a settlement and another settlement, and since HQ is technically a settlement from the mechanical perspective, that would count. So you'd be able to set up patrols between any of your settlements and GNN. So you could definitely pull off a Minutemen presence at GNN if that's something you desire. Sehoe, so heard you say you played WoW before. Any interest in WoW Classic? WTLK is about to come out, but I know Blizzard sucks nowadays. No, I didn't have any interest in WoW Classic. I think I lived through that already. I played at launch. Well, not at launch of WoW. I was a few months late, but I played from WoW original up through when did I first quit? I played through Wrath. I want to say, and then I think I quit for a bit, and then I came back after at the end of Pandaria, and whatever the expansion that came out after that was. I don't know. I came and left that game like 3 times, and now I think I'm 100% done with it. It'd be very hard to pull me back to it, even with WoW Classic. It's just because I saw the addiction tendencies in myself, the same addiction tendencies that allowed me to work on Sim Settlements for 5 years. I had with WoW. At least with Sim Settlements, I get something like I have something to show for it at the end of the day. I've created something other people can enjoy, whereas grinding for us, like at the end of the day at Warcraft, I had a set of 10 max level characters, which now are not max level with decent gear, and like that's not useful to anybody else. Like sure, if I joined up groups and stuff, I could help them through, but that's not the same. It was me burning hours, feeling like I was being productive, and I had nothing to show for it afterwards. I just can't do that anymore. So MMOs to me are just a non-starter. I just don't mess with them. Like I'll play through. I should take that back. I will like if a MMO comes out by a studio I love, or like if Bethesda tried to release an MMO, we'd all be like nope. But yeah, I can't think of an example. If like an MMO that just like captured my imagination and had a good single player story advertised, and got good reviews, I'd probably play it once just for the story, and then I'd be like, okay, all done with that. I know myself well enough now to know I got to stay away from playing MMOs like WoW for the MMO gameplay. Like I can play them for the story and I can be one and done, but if I play them for the loop of like grinding for gear, making friends, hanging out to catch up and take on challenges, that's a bad spiral for me. I got to stay away from. Nick Carter, do you think Chapter 3 will be the final chapter for SS2? I would say 99% yes. We're wrapping up the story that we've started. We're going to be cleaning up a lot of loose ends. It's very likely, given the way that I think things are going to shake out. It's hard to say 100% because there's a lot of life involved. Like a lot of folks involved at the core of the team, have major life stuff to handle and deal with, and Sim Settlements for a lot of us at periods in our life becomes a full-time job temporarily. Like in the last few months before a launch, it's like a full-time job for a dozen of us because we're like, okay, we see the end of the tunnel, let's go. And because it ends up being like stuff gets stuck otherwise if we don't do that. We've found over the years is that like if we all kind of like, it's like in self-imposed crunch that we end up doing, and there's some folks on the team who just can't afford to keep doing that, even though we found that it feels required for us to pull off things the way we do. I don't know how to explain it without you'd have to see it, I guess. See how we operate. But anyway, so the way things on the course we're at right now, I think the way things are going to shake out is we're going to end up releasing Chapter 3. And then work on, I'll do the bug fix patches and everything. And then slowly over time, we're going to end up releasing some post-launch content that's like stuff we really wanted to do that got cut for the launch of Chapter 3. For example, I've talked about this before. We really, really want to do personal quests for the major characters in SS2, like at least the 6 department heads. So like quests where you really get to delve into their background and kind of solve a character arc for them. Very much inspired by older RPGs, like Mass Effect 2 is probably one of our biggest go-tos of like games we want to emulate. Like we love, like to us, GNN is kind of a customizable Normandy. It's like we have got the quarters in there for your people. We want to put items in there where you can interact with and have them talk about them. Like, love that feature. Just love the way that game was done. We always talk about the end of that game a lot, about how fun that was for an end of an RPG where you got to make these like decisions based on what you know about your people and then having it result in something happening for the playing out of the ending. Like that kind of stuff. Like we talk about that game a lot for inspiration. And doing all of that side stuff and filling it out enough will just take so long that we're not going to lock out the Chapter 3 main storyline to delay for that, because as I mentioned many times, we want to beat Starfield to market, but also just like for our own inspiration, we want to release something every so often. We've been trying for every year. I don't know if we're going to pull it off this year or not, just because of how complex Chapter 3 is, but Chapter 3 and then probably some post-launch content. And then I think if we got to do anything after that, SS related, it would be finish the Conqueror story and port it to SS2. That would be my choice over a Chapter 4. Because I think the Conqueror story is, it's pretty bite-sized. Like you can do especially if you get real good at the fighting mechanics to take over settlements. Like you can sit down and play through the Conqueror story we have in like 5 or 6 hours. Where I don't think there's a chance in hell you could do that with SS2, especially once Chapter 3 is out. And then Conqueror has like I think some really lovable characters, even though it's a little darker in tone. I actually don't think it's darker in tone. I think it's like that's the assumption because of Raiders, but I actually think it's more like an action comedy. So totally different tone than SS2, and we put a lot of work into it already, and I feel like it's kind of like left to die right now, and I would rather have that resurrected for more people to see, because I don't think enough people have played it, given how good I think the team did on it. I think the writing is great. I think the voice acting is fantastic, and I would rather see the work put into that than a Chapter 4 because I think Chapter 3 is going to end nicely. So I don't think we need a Chapter 4, even though we have one on paper. We have an outline for one. I don't think we need it. Let's see. Nunye84. I've been playing SS2 since it came out, and I had to take a couple weeks off now. All of a sudden it's saying SS2 Chapter 2 is not active every time I try to activate it. Is that Vortex you're having a problem with? I don't really know what's up with Vortex. All I would say would be go to your I quit using all the mod managers. I got tired of them messing with things. So now I just go to I actually just manually edit my plugins file. But if you don't want to do that, just go into the in-game mods screen and click load order and just put a little check mark next to all the mods you want enabled. Like that's what I would do to fix that. The problem will be is if your mod manager decided not to copy over the BA2 files, then you're kind of boned. So yeah, I unfortunately, it's hard to tell you what to do without knowing your mod manager. And then even if I did know it, I don't know. I couldn't help you, but maybe somebody else in chat could. Kyle Harris, what also would be cool is to see the security team take back Quincy from the Gunners. Yeah, that would be really cool. That was actually, my hope with what was the Creation Club content? There was a Creation Club content involving Quincy, and I had hoped they would have like a proper quest in there and have you retake it and then turn it into a settlement or something. Like that would have been so perfect. In fact, that should have been in the vanilla game. That should have been the end of the storyline for the Minutemen. It should have been take out the Institute, rally your troops, take out the Gunners, and then reclaim Quincy. And that would have been a proper good arc for Preston. But we didn't get that. And that's a bummer. So I unfortunately, what I'm hoping with is that with all of our story stuff related to the Gunners, I think it would be cool. There's already, people have put out Quincy settlement mods. It'd be cool if people like triggered the claiming of those settlement mods to not activate until after you completed our story. I think that'd be a fun patch. I am missing something in the mud. I am playing with Xbox X. Okay, if you're playing on Xbox, that makes it a little easier. You're not using a mod manager. So I would just go to your mod screen, click load order, and then you can just see all your mods, and you can enable and disable them from there with just checking them in. It could also be, depending on when you tried to... So this is a problem with Xbox. When you get an update, a lot of times when you go to your mod screen, it'll tell you there's an update available, even if the update's not actually available. It's really ridiculous. And then if you click install before it's actually available... it deletes your old copy of the mod, but isn't able to download the new one. Let me see if I can get it from here without going to my main menu screen. So if you go to your mod screen, this is the same on PC and Xbox. And then we go to here on this screen. So it's showing me just my load. This is the screen you'll get if you go to mods and then click on load order from the main menu. You'll see a screen just like this. But there'll be an option. You'll be able to push like your A button to turn these checkboxes on and off. So you want to go here and find... Chapter 2 and make sure it's enabled. That's all you got to do. That's probably what's going on. It got disabled. So come in here and find all those and make sure these are the 4 mods you need to run SS2. And you guys can see I've got Chapter 3 down here. Clearly not even close to being complete given the size difference between 2 and 1. That's interesting that it shows. Oh, it must show the BA2 size as well. I was like, the ESPs are not, their ESMs are not that big. It must include the BA2 file, but Chapter 3, a long ways to go before it's all packaged up correctly. But yeah, if you go in here, Nanye, this is where you probably need to check something in. All the rain sensors have been abandoned, Mod Hunter. Yeah, I think a lot of those. There was a really cool mod that was it was related to water. It was like a pipe system where you had to have you had to concern yourself with like water pressure and gravity. It was really crazy complicated. I have no idea how they were able to pull that off in this engine. Man, my bet is they ran into so many janky bugs that they've moved on. They moved on from it because they didn't want to deal with it. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's up and it still works totally perfectly. But I just like when I started looking into the mod, like what it claimed to do, I was just like, this is nuts. Like I don't know how they did that or how the engine would be cooperating with them. Because some of the stuff that they were having it do is just like, I don't know where are they getting the information about like the, I mean, I guess I can think of a few ways of like monitoring the height for gravity pressure and everything like that, but just stuff like that. There were a lot of those kind of mods that were coming out in the early life of Fallout 4 modding, where it seemed like they stopped getting updates fairly quickly because I think it's just the engine is pretty limited in some of the stuff it can do, unfortunately. Chuchu1, so we could do things like NCR troopers if you have a Project Mojave or things like that. If you're talking about for creating like a faction pack, yeah, you'd be able to grab content from other mods and inject it into the system to be selectable by the player. So like just imagine like if any of you who did a faction pack or play with it, it'd be like imagine every component of the faction pack being able to exist on its own. So, you know, whether it be like rank titles or flags or uniforms or weapon loadouts or special units, like every piece of that can be injected individually in Chapter 3. Well, it's not Chapter 3, it's actually in the 3.0. That's the other thing is the actual soldier mechanics will be available in the core of SS2 in the same way that the HQ code is. It'll be like, it's not particularly useful without Chapter 3, but once add-on pack authors start pumping out content, it'll be usable out of the box. Because one of the things I like the idea of is using SS2's systems to create alternate playthroughs, like the the pre-build system, and the option of you could go focus on building regular settlements or focus on soldiers. There's just there's infinite replayability within our systems that we can allow you to mess with as long as we keep the stuff separate from the story, and this like all the mechanics can be activated without it. It's kind of like right now you could play with the plot mechanics without our story as long as you either cheat access to the plots or you just play through like the first quest. Like you just get Jake to show up so he unlocks plots, and then you can slowly even if you just unlock the plot types and leave the classes to unlock, and they'll just kind of unlock naturally. It'll be the same thing with the other mechanics, as we'll set it up in a way where even without our story stuff, you can play with it and use add-on packs for it, and hopefully we'll see kind of more replayability pop up. I think one of the only other mods that I might make for Fallout 4 is and probably just to keep it. So like I've talked about this in the past, but framework mods are really, really hard to get to take off, to get like a lot of people to use them, to get mod authors comfortable using them as a base. And so like I tend now to just stick everything framework like in Workshop Framework, even though it's not really, it's stuff that's beyond the scope of Workshop stuff, just because I want to make sure that every player has it so that people are inspired to use it. Like there's a lot of really advanced HUD and UI tools baked into Workshop Framework just so that more people could use it. And I have an idea for a system I want to be able to, and MCM already sort of supports this, but as we saw not too long ago, the creator of, or the person in charge of MCM right now, it was multiple people who created it, threatened to remove the mod. So I can't really rely on that system. They threatened to remove it over all the Nexus's support for Ukraine, and the mod author threatened to remove it. So I won't rely on that. But they have a system similar to this I have in mind, which is, I should just get to what it is. Stop rambling. The idea is a system where you could set up your game configuration, like set up all your in-game options for your mods, like set up, you know, you think about how many options we have in Sim Settlements 2. It's crazy, the number of options you have in your holotape, or you think about things like the band plans, or, you know, setting up your theme tags just the right way. And having to do that each playthrough is awful. So like, I think most of you probably did it once, and then if that save got hosed, you didn't bother doing it all again because it's too much work. So I want to be able to set up a system where you can export all of those settings, turn them into a mod file, and then just plug it in and it'll automatically load all those up. And I could do that fairly easily for just Sim Settlements 2, but what I want to do is create a system where any mod can register with it and say, like, these are the types, this is the data you need to export from my mod and store it, and then I will deal with reloading it. I want to do that more universally, so that more people could take advantage of such a thing, and that way you guys could create like create your perfect setup, set up all the options and all your mods that support this system, click a button, have it export, you put it up on a website, and it'll spit out a mod file for you. And then you can just use that mod file to instantly set up all those mods again. So it's particular for SS2. That would be the goal, but I would like to make it universal. So I don't know if I'll do it, but that is one of the... I think that would be phenomenal for replayability, especially for... or for sharing the stuff too. Like, you know, maybe you came up with a really cool set of options in Sim Settlements to give it a particular gameplay feel, or make it maybe more user-friendly for particular play styles. Or like when we get to the pre-build stuff, there's a lot of settings you could do where you could kind of create like a seed, almost like a Minecraft seed, where it's like, hey, you want to see the really cool version of the Commonwealth, plug in this set of options, and it'll cause the pre-build system to make your world like this. And I really like that idea. Just to be able to, it's the same reason like we put the quest skipping system in. You know, it started out as a tool for us as developers, but it also lets you more rapidly restart your game without losing a bunch of progress. So it's just like, all right, I want to test out some mods, I want to play for a while, then I get it 10 hours in, I borked my save, I need to roll back. At least with our quest skipping, you can get SS2 back to where you were and you can get going again. And I think the settings thing would help with that too, if feeling like it's okay to restart more frequently so that you can more quickly get back to where you were. You don't have to remember all those settings that you found. You can just be like, I like the settings I had in this game. It felt good. Let's export them. I really want to make that mod. And part of that inspiration is because of this idea of having the super modular system that allows for lots of replayability, and like I like rapid fire replayability. I think that's something that's a love that I've gained more and more over by starting to enjoy roguelikes. I think of like, it's fun sometimes to just rapidly restart a game. Like, you know, you learn a lot each iteration, and I don't think that is any different with a game like Fallout. But restarting a game like Fallout is fun, but also a lot of work. And so anything to reduce that work is good. Oscar Vi, how would you feel if Bethesda asked you to take your whole SS2 mod story and port it to 76? I don't know. I don't think I'd be up for that. I actually literally talking to some team members today about, I want to make sure, somebody asked if they could delete some source files for stuff from SS2 because it was using up too much of their Google Drive. And I was like, no, hang on to it all. Because the dream one day, as we see, you know, how many in 10 years, 20 years, Bethesda does what id Software just did with Doom, where they start taking popular mods from the game and repackaging it and releasing it for real. How cool would that be? Like, even if it's long past the lifespan, if like, you know, Bethesda wanted to package SS2 with Fallout 4 in 15, 20 years or some super anniversary edition, I would love to be able to do that, but they would need a lot of files to pull it off. So I'm going to hang on to the source files for SS2 and probably SS1 forever. I don't like, it doesn't cost that much money per month for a Google Drive. If Starfield gets another delay or just sucks, would you be interested in a Chapter 4? Probably not. I would probably find, I think, like I said, I think the thing that would take up my time would be, I'd rather work on a Conqueror port. There's some really cool post-launch content though we have for Chapter 4. I think once we got to the point where we realized, like, okay, Chapter 4 is probably not happening. I think we took all the best stuff from it anyway and either ham-fisted it into Chapter 3 or spun it off in a way that it can be post-launch content without the core of Chapter 4's story. But like the Chapter 4 outline we have, I think, because we decided we're probably not doing it, I think that also steered some of the writing in a direction where some of you would end up with save files that couldn't do Chapter 4. That's the other thing, because we're opening up some options where I'm not going to say characters die. I'm going to say characters end up in a state where they would not be available for Chapter 4. We'll just put it that way. So, yeah, very unlikely Chapter 4 is happening. There's so much other stuff to do, and I think if another game doesn't come along like Starfield or something that captures my imagination, then the pull to start my own game is going to take over. There's so much. I think part of it is like after years of working on some settlements, and knowing how I gotta start over. So I watch like things like Bethesda games, and you can see that each game they're building up something. They're building up a lot of different things, actually. They're building up sets of tools. They're building up lore in their game worlds. They're building up an audience of us who just love their stuff and can't wait till the next thing comes out. They're building up a lot of assets and resources that they can reuse and knowledge they can reuse. And I kind of want that. I want to be able to consistently build towards something. Like, obviously, we've built an audience, but like most of the stuff that we have here, we can't reuse beyond Fallout 4. It's locked here. And so like part of me kind of wants my own thing just so that we can keep building up towards something bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, without the shackles of the engine we're in right now, if that makes sense. So like, one of the downside, like we created these awesome characters and everything, and like they're locked to the Fallout universe because it would just feel weird to put them somewhere else. Too much of their dialogue and personalities are tied up in the background of Fallout 4. So that I think would be more likely my pull than a Chapter 4. I could see Starfield sucking me in though, just because I like the setting a lot. I do know the Bethesda tools already, so like it would feel good there. And it would be enough of a fresh start where I wouldn't feel like where I could get past that feeling of like, oh, we're only going to be able to grow this so far. That Starfield might be the ticket. I don't know yet though. I'm kind of not letting my mind wander into those spaces too far, whether it be the my own game or Starfield modding or anything, because I like to chase shinies and I can't let myself do that because I got a project in front of me I need to finish first. Lachlan, don't crunch. It's not good for you. Yeah, I love crunch though. I think like I don't force it on anybody. I think, but I like to do it personally. I think there's something about rallying together in short times and like overcoming the odds and like pulling off something that seems impossible in a short amount of time. That is super motivating. And like I'll find in small periods, like I can't do it for long periods of time, but if it's a limited time crunch, it's like I'll get more done in a small period than I could over, like in like 4 weeks of crunch, I will probably pull off more than I could do than I did in the previous 6 months, just because I see other people doing it with me. We're rallying towards something. It seems impossible, and it's like motivates you to like, don't get distracted. Don't click on YouTube and watch a video, or don't check your phone for messages, and like, and that like then you get into a flow state and you just accomplish so much more. I'd challenge anybody who has trouble with accomplishing things or finishing goals of like sit down one day with like a list of things you want to accomplish and just say for the next 2 hours I'm not gonna do, and you'll see this on tons of people all over the place. YouTube and books, stuff will say the same thing, but like just don't do anything else. Like don't let yourself, if you feel the urge to look at your phone, throw the phone across the room. Like if you feel the urge to open a website, another monitor, stop, don't do it. And just focus for a couple hours and you'll be amazed at how much stuff you can actually do in a short period of time. And for me, when I crunch, I get in that mode for weeks at a time, and it's just like every day at the end of the day I'm like, holy crap, I can't believe how much I did, and it's super motivating. That to me is what crunch is. So yes, I know it's not good for me for a long period of time, but man, does it feel good sometimes. Monitor for 2. I saw the plumbing mob, but never tried it. It seemed a bit overdone. Yeah, it did seem. Yeah, I think that was my turn off from it too. It was like, I don't want to do all this management. Like, really cool on a technical level, but it was like, nah, I don't have the time to like figure it out. So hey, how's the patch looking? Still good for Friday? Yeah, it's definitely good for Friday. We got a lot of good fixes on the public beta already there now. We found, today a couple of things I want to cram in there. Like, I got to go back and revisit Charles Baker. I gotta come up with a solution for you guys with HQ radio. I've always wanted to have some way to like set it up so it was only on demand. I just never thought of a good way to like tell you, hey, so and so is waiting for you to call them. I mean, I guess we could just do it with quest objectives. Like, you've got a message or you got a call waiting from so and so. It just feels janky. I want something better. Nonya, thanks. I went and checked in and now everything's working good. Awesome. Good to hear. Choo-choo one, do you think you will ever allow CC content in the city plan contest? I think it's a possibility, but it would be like the same way we encourage people to, if they're using the PC only menu, to only use the decorative stuff. Like non-structural, like if you set up a city plan for the city plan contest using like the donut kit as your base or your structure, then you just like lock out most people from using it without paying money. And there's a lot of people who are just like vehemently against Creation Club, where that would be insulting to them. So like I think there's so much good content to build with. I mean, like some of these entries that are coming out every month, like there's unlimited creative potential available. I don't think that we really need it in the contest. Nick Carter, any interest in Diablo 4? I mean, a little bit. Like Diablo 3 was hugely disappointing. For like I don't know why it was. Like it seemed on paper like a great idea. It was more great hack and slash gameplay. They added in more buttons than just your left right click like in old school Diablo. So that seemed like it all should be good, but it just never captured my imagination. And I don't know if that's just because I don't like that style of gameplay anymore, or if the game wasn't good. But I mean, Diablo 4, like the setting looks cool. Like I like the dark gothic, but I just don't think I'm into that kind of gameplay anymore. And the story for Diablo was always fine, but I don't ever remember it being like mind-blowingly good or anything. So that would be the reason to come back. Like whereas like I love the it's talking about Blizzard games in particular, like I loved the Warcraft 3 story. So like if they released a Warcraft 4 as a proper sequel to Warcraft 3, not like don't pick up from the World of Warcraft lore because I have stopped following it, then I don't have to go learn it all. Then even though I don't spend a lot of time playing RTSs anymore, I'd still pick it back up just for the story. But Diablo, I can't say the same, and I don't find myself playing other games in that genre. Like I haven't played like what are the other big ones in that hack and slash genre now? Is it what is it? Divinity? Is it Divinity Original Sin? Is that the other big one that's in that space? I've never really got into that game. I actually never played it. I watched people play it, and I'm just like, oh, it just looks like more complicated Diablo. Modern 42 check-ins by radio like Jake for HQ instead of as well as quests. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that. We do have like check-ins by radio from Jake where you can like just contact him at any time and say like, hey, how are things going? And I think that's one of those things we're going to polish up some more because we have a lot of our dialogue misconditioned. So they're supposed to talk about, if you're overworking your department or if you've got disasters, that they should reflect that in their dialogue. And I think a lot of that's just not set up correctly. Oscar Friesen, someone brought up CC content. I have a small request. Can you make it optional to attach the rebreather to the Chinese stealth suit? No, that is outside of our wheelhouse. I don't know how to do that. That would definitely have to be some other mod author would have to do that. We don't even have anybody on the team actively doing outfit stuff. It's always been like that rebreather. Somebody on our team goes by Zero Big Sis, who's done a lot of the cool models in the mod, like the ASAM sensor and the rebreather and stuff. Is currently going through college and on our way to getting into the games industry, I'm sure, doesn't have a lot of time for stuff like that. And then everything else outfit-wise we've had done is either mashups or... now I can't remember. Why can't I think of his name? He does such good stuff. And I can see it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Why can't I think of it? Now he's never going to want to do anything for us again. I can't remember his damn name. What is the name? Starts with... I'm tired. It's like midnight 30. It's about time for bed. It starts with a C. What is his name? Anyway. Nero. Thank you. Nero. Yeah, I kept thinking Nehir. I'm like, no, it's not Nehir. Nero. Nero is the only one who's done other outfit stuff for us, and I think he's mostly retired from Fallout 4 modding. So we don't really have anybody available to do more outfit stuff currently. Connecting for a loot table in D3 launch was geared to giving you stuff to sell in the auction house. That's right. Skills were horribly balanced. Very disappointing. Yeah. I just remember overall, I just like... I didn't want, like, when I got to the end, like, I remember having a good time playing the game, and then I got to the end, and I didn't want to roll it up again. Whereas Diablo 2, I probably replayed that game, like, 400 times when it came out. But there was also a different point in my life. Like, that came out when I was in high school. I had way more free time, so that's why I have trouble judging some games now based on, like, the lens of my youth, because just the amount of time I have available, like, it's just like, maybe that's not for me anymore. Yeah, how did I forget Nero? All right, guys. I think I can't even remember people's names who I've spoken to a million times. So clearly, I'm too tired to be streaming. So it is time for bed. Thank you guys all for joining me tonight, and I will catch you guys. Well, I'll have a patch on Friday, and then I'll catch you guys next Wednesday for some more streaming. So take it easy. No, that's not how I end videos. Take care and enjoy the mods.